Okay. It should be streaming, but we're not getting a live or.
He's got trail cam pictures.
Every night I would, so that's
I'll log on to it and see what you get.
Phone's probably dead. It's dead.
Here, I'll do it.
Yeah. He's going to give it to me on Monday. Oh, that's cool. I'll send him to you. Yeah.
I didn't drive on the freeway for probably the first year and this
I like sending sauce.
Is it like
He don't have a computer right now. His blew up. Oh, really? That sucks.
I can help him with that.
Yeah.
really
He was mining too many bitcoins
like
on it.
I'd be off cost. Yes.
You gotta be careful. We're around the fire.
Yeah, the whole village might show up tonight.
Yep, this thing's dead.
Corky's research. We're just socializing right now. Corky's getting ready to go live.
Says I'm live.
We're not getting that video signal.
What?
We're not getting that video signal. We're getting audio only. Why is that up there?
Some of the powers that be caught wind that you were
Maybe.
putting us on, like putting that.
There. Tommy's. You got video on Tommy now.
Yeah, hey.
No, we don't.
Well, there's a delay.
We're not getting that video signal. We're getting audio only.
So, put on your camera.
Maybe. There. Tommy's. You got video on Tommy now. There we go. It should switch now. Well, there's a delay. We're not getting that video signal.
I think there's a 20-second delay.
Now batting for the Yankees.
That just went out to the world. There he goes.
All right. All right.
Now you're in business.
Now listen. I'll line us up.
Welcome to Gay Talk. This
This is your host, Tom Cooper.
Welcome to Cornhog Mountain.
Oh my god. Yep. I gotta go.
You live?
We're live.
Can you see me? Everything green?
Yeah, you're good, bro.
All right. Hey guys, welcome to my Corky's Research Campout.
I think
Fire.
you should call this the Super Bowl of Bigfoot.
The Super Bowl of Bigfoot.
Yep.
All right. So you have to apologize. Totally exhausted. It's been a long day setting up for this party and everything. We've got some pretty interesting fellas here with me tonight, and we've got some leaders of like 4 Bigfoot groups in PA, Ohio, and I'm just going to introduce you to them and let you check out their channel, and then possibly we're just going to get together after I do some quick interviews. We're going to do a Bigfoot roundtable. So this is Tommy Cooper right here. He is with Cryptovania, which he owns and operates. I've known Tommy, 5 years?
Yes.
About
yes.
5 years. And he's been down here quite a few times to my fires. He followed some of the stuff on my research page, and I invited him down, and he got to experience, it's hard to believe, but, I put up, about a year ago, I was putting up this motorcycle sound. And, it's really hard to believe that these things mimic like a motorcycle. And he came down and got to experience it. And you want to tell them?
I was just sitting here like we're doing right now, and it was late at night, and we're just sitting here, and I heard the motorcycle sound, and you know, there's really nothing abnormal about that. And we were listening, and all of a sudden it ended.
It stopped.
And it's like
where did the sound go?
Yeah.
You know, because it was being mimicked. It was
Yeah.
being generated.
Yeah.
And it's just crazy. So, but anyhow, Tommy lives up in like Titusville area.
Yep.
And across from where he lives, there's all kinds of activity. And you know, he was telling me he's had some Dogmen experience.
Mm-hmm.
So on top of Bigfoot. So can you share a little bit about the Dogmen? I know you mentioned they were on the rooftops of houses in your area.
Actually, on the rooftop of my house, it was there, and I didn't have a visual encounter of it per se, but there was something on the roof of my house, and I believe that's what it was. And
Find any footprints the next day?
no, it was the wrong time of year.
Okay.
There wasn't no footprints, but
Okay.
you know, like a lot of things happen because Cryptovania is such a bizarre place. There's always something happening.
Right. I follow you, and you know, Tommy was just live, you know, just about a week and a half ago, and you know, did his live stream, and when he hikes way back into these strip mines and swamps, and on his way out, coming out, he heard something paralleling him. You want to tell that story?
Basically, that's the kind of thing that happens almost all the time, especially when you go at night. I mean, there's always something going on in Cryptovania. I mean, it's just there. It's always there.
You got a massive tree break as you were leaving.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was absolutely a massive tree break, and I felt that was probably the best tree break I ever heard while walking in the woods in my life.
What was your response? What did you do when you were exiting your research area and you heard this loud tree break? What was the first thing you thought?
Actually, I went to it.
You walked to it?
I did.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and it was at night too. But
Well, you're by yourself.
yes,
Dude,
yes.
you need a partner.
But it was pretty interesting. So I had to go see it. I don't know. I went back the next day and stuff, and you know, there it was. You know, there it was. The tree was broken. Of course, I wasn't sure if that was exactly the tree I heard, and this or that. All these inconsistencies. You know, you can never say anything for sure.
Right.
But it was good stuff. Good stuff.
But Tommy is boots on the ground. He goes towards it, not away from it.
Yes.
You know, that's why I love this guy. So this guy had an encounter when he was like what, 12?
Yes.
Sled riding?
Yes.
Up in the hill in the woods?
Yes, and that's right in my research area too. I mean, it's right where we go all the time. Myself and Jason Trist, we go all the time.
Can you share with us what happened to you while you were sled riding at 12 years old?
There was a female Bigfoot standing right beside the place we were sled riding on the hill.
Behind a tree.
It was standing right beside the tree, and it was just silent as a stone. I mean, it never moved or anything. And I just looked up at it, and I looked forward, and I jumped on my sled, and I went down the hill. And
Did you see an arm reach out like it was trying to grab you or anything? Never moved. Well, that's what you get with live streaming, guys.
Yeah.
So,
it never moved or anything. It was there. It was like a statue, and I just.
And did you feel that instant fear? Did the hair on the back of your neck stand up?
I got on my sled and I went jetting down the hill, and then I was.
So all your friends have gone. You were the last to go.
Yes, I was there because I went up there. It was a good walk to get there, and I got there and none of my friends were there, and I was like, oh well, I'm at least going to go down the hill one time.
Right.
And I went down the hill. Well, I went to go down the hill, and I climbed up the hill, and I turned around, and there it was. It was standing right there like a statue staring at me, and I jumped on my sled, and I went down the hill, and I went home.
Wow, pretty impressive.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, again, Tommy runs Cryptovania. He's got a YouTube account. He's on YouTube, and he also has his own channel for Roku TV. So if you have a Roku, you can find Cryptovania there.
Yep.
So check him out. He puts out movies. I mean, he's got some pretty good stuff out there.
Yep.
So like I said, he's Mr. Boots on the ground. You know, he doesn't run away. He runs towards it. He's looking for the answers. You know, a lot of respect for this guy. So guys, follow him. All right, thank you, Tommy.
Thank you.
Jay, you want to come over? Our next guest is Jay Phelps, and he's here representing Coshocton County Bigfoot. Good. I met Jay. I was Doug Waller does speaking at this library. What's the town of the library he does the speaking at? Cambridge, down in Cambridge, and this is close to Salt Fork. And Doug is an author, and he collects all the stories in the area, and he puts them out in a book. Well, Doug Waller also runs a group called SOSB. SOSB is Southern Ohio Society of Bigfoot Investigation, and we'll get into SOSB here in a little bit because we have SOSB's researcher here tonight. So, but Jay, I met Jay because Doug asked me to come down and speak and talk about what's going on the property here. So after standing up, telling people what's been happening, the latest activity. Afterwards, Jake approached me, and he had all these pictures he wanted to show me. That he's big, he's like boots on the ground. You know, if you're familiar with Coshocton County, you have to travel, 7-10 miles in between these towns, and there's a lot of open space, and it's very mountainous, very wooded. And there's a lot of creeks and rivers down there, and I've been out with Jay many times, and he's taken us to. He knows some areas inside Salt Fork that the general public don't know about. And let me tell you something: they moved in on us and scared the crap out of me. So, but anyhow, Jay, you want to talk about Coshocton County Bigfoot?
Yeah, sure. I'm with Coshocton County Bigfoot. I'm a co-founder. We lost our founder this February, unfortunately. Bob Gross. He and I started the group right around 3 years ago. We got some good researchers in it. We have Chris Meddings, Larry Phelps, Jack Warren, Jake Rice, and Stuart Clark is a new addition to us. He's awesome. We stick around Coshocton. The area is just phenomenal area. Jason Sigmund, he's running the county next to it. He does a lot of work up there for us out of Knox County, we do a little bit of work on the county line there. But we have, like I said, 5 rivers, 200 strip mine ponds, and the largest public hunting area in the state. And they're just everywhere down there.
And that's no lie. Yeah. I mean, when he says they're everywhere down there, they're everywhere. I was at an undisclosed location with these guys, and on the Coshocton River, and just had crazy activity. They were all around us, and it's wherever you go, out in the middle of nowhere. Just go for a walk in the woods down there, and it just seems like you're getting activity.
Yeah, it's not hard to get. I could actually get a picture every day if I wanted.
Now, Jay, for the inside circle of us guys, he's got a private area he calls the Monkey Farm.
Okay.
And there's been how many Bigfoots in this field that you've counted?
I was actually surrounded by more than 200 of them. Several
200 squatches.
And it's hard to believe, but once you're there. And
now tell them what is by this Monkey Farm. Why would 200 squatches be in an area?
It's private property, number one, and a lot of people don't go back in there. And the river goes right beside it. You have deer, you have.
But isn't there a chicken plant? A manufacturing chicken plant? They're throwing out their scraps.
There's a chicken farm there.
Farm.
Probably maybe 1,000 birds in a barn, and anything that would pass away, they would throw it over the bank into a sawdust hill, and So that they eat that. I mean,
They got a heavy food supply.
very heavy.
You know,
The corn is just
and-
for mile. I'd say there's 2 miles of corn back here.
2 miles of corn,
Yeah.
and there ain't nobody around.
Nobody.
And they know this. These creatures are so smart. They want to be where we're not. And I'm telling you, this guy's the real deal. Even boots on the ground. When he ain't working, he's in the woods, you know. And he's constantly sending me some great stuff. So, yeah, Jay Phelps with Chicocton County Bigfoot. You could subscribe to him. He's got a Facebook account right now, but I think YouTube coming
Yeah,
soon.
yeah, we got one started, but we're getting some more stuff on it. We got probably 3 or 4 hours of video we want to put up. Yeah, I mean, we've taken several people out. We share all our material. We're not, you know, like a lot of the groups here tonight that really work well together. They share all the information.
Yes.
All the material gets shared amongst us. It's hard to find people in the Bigfoot community that works as well as we all do.
When
will
we
say
go,
that.
when Sosby puts on these campouts down at Salt Fork, and we all go down Salt Fork, you know, this is the guy we wait to hook up with. This is the real deal. He takes us into these undisclosed areas that nobody knows about. And like I said, I had 3 of them come up on us as a group setting. I think there was like 8 of us, and you guys walked. You guys walked 2 miles down the road, and was just me and Becky. And we're just at a backwater area of a marina. It was just Becky and I was sitting in this parking lot, and I mean, this is on the backside of the property. Nobody really knows about, and we must have disturbed their hunt or whatever. And 3 of them came down off the hill, and I'm telling you, it was the most evil sound I've ever heard. And I got in the car and I went chasing to find this guy. And here, his wife was sitting in the car beside us. I didn't know, and it was really intense situation. It was, I don't get scared that often, but boy, I tell you, I was panicked.
Yeah, a little rattled that night.
I was rattled, yeah.
We've done some work with Cryptid. I can't say enough about this guy. Tommy Cooper, the boys out there in PA. Bill and his group.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Steve's been to the monkey farm with me.
Steve talked about they were wrestling.
Yeah, we got him wrestling one time. That was awesome. Yeah, I forgot about that. Just over there grappling 2 small ones and
Two juveniles,
two
and
different colored
just
ones.
practice looked like the
black
wrestling.
and gray. You see black, and you see some gray, and you see black and gray. They were just over there, just like 2 kids would wrestle.
Yeah,
Just having fun as kids.
and they're just like us. That's the thing that I like to put out, that these creatures, these juveniles, their behavior is very similar to ours. You know, they like to draw on the windows just like a kid would.
Yeah.
Put their lips up to the glass. You know, that's when they were like 7 or 8 years old. They behave just like us. You know, so but yeah, that was great. I'm glad you're here.
Oh yeah.
And
thanks for inviting me.
yeah, thanks for the interview.
Yeah.
Okay, next, dude, Steve Blair. Want to come on over? We'll just make these real quick and short, just so you guys get a little understanding who I have here. This is when the activity all began here, and I had some crazy stuff I didn't understand. You know, I'm online looking up Bigfoot investigators. Get somebody down here, because I'm hearing a herd of elephants climbing this ravine back here, and I called one group, and I hold my cell phone out the window, let them hear it, and their advice was to load my 308. So, you know, they weren't going to come down here. So the next person I found is, I called Doug Waller, you know, and Steve was just starting out at that time working with the Sosby, and that's the Southern Ohio Society of Bigfoot Investigation. And Doug said, I'll get a guy down there in 2 days. And 2 days later, I met Steve. He came here after work in the evening time. And so do you want to talk about Sosby? Do you want to talk about your first experience here?
Yeah.
Coming here, and what happened the first time you came here?
Well, like I said, my name's Steve Blair, and I'm a member, administrator for Southeastern Ohio Society for Bigfoot Investigations with Doug Waller's group. Great people in the group. I just want to throw that out there real quick, and surrounded here tonight by an awesome group of people. awesome researchers, investigators.
I think you're in the back.
And as far as like the first time that I came down here, and Doug had told me about the place, and we got in contact with Corky, and we come down here and was just, you know, I was new to everything. I had a lot to learn. You know, I still have tons to learn. You know, like I said, there's no experts in this field. You know, everybody's learning as we go about these things, these creatures, Bigfoots. But anyways, the first night that I was down here at Corky's, great activity, you know, hoops, tree knock, stuff like that. But what really kind of shocked me, scared me, whatever you want to call it, is we had all kind of migrated up here from this top end area, the research area, down by the back of the property. And we were hearing stuff down over the ravine. They were making all kinds of noise, throwing stuff up at us. And I'm sitting there, and there's a picnic table sitting there at the time. And all of a sudden, you could hear this thing coming up over top of the ravine, out of the ravine, charging us. And it just sounded like a bulldozer, locomotive, whatever you want to call it. It was thrashing coming up through there. I got startled, to be honest with you. I jumped up, I started backstepping. Well, I had a big mag light in my hand at the time, and Corky, he looked at me, he's like, Steve, hit it with the mag light, because at this point, it was at the top of the ravine getting ready to come out, and I thought it was coming after us. Hit it with your mag light, Corky says. So instead of realizing what he was actually meaning by turn your light on, hit it with the light, as I was backstepping, had my mag light in hand, getting ready to throw this thing at whatever was coming up out of that ravine. Now I kind of feel silly about it, you know, but it's kind of a funny story, but it happened. And by the time I flipped my light on, realized what was going on, all you caught was a glimpse of this thing going back down into that ravine as soon as the light kicked on. And it just, all I could say is it sounded like a bulldozer going down through there. And not just with the Bigfoot activity, but the same night, first night here, is the first time I had experience with what everyone's calling orbs. And it was kind of shocking to me. I'd never experienced anything like that at that point in time. And there was three of us, Corky, myself, and Rich. We were lined up down through here. And at first I was thinking to myself, you know, am I the only person seeing this? And we're watching these whitish colored glowing balls that are floating through the air. And you can tell there was some intelligence to it because they're weaving in and out of stuff. They're not actually hitting the trees, you know, or anything like that, but they'd come down and land in the grass or the weeds, you know, and you'd see them pulsating. And they weren't fireflies or anything like that. They were too big, wrong time of year. There was no fireflies out. And it was just amazing. It was an incredible experience to witness. And like I said, I thought I was the only one seeing it. At least that's what I was thinking to myself. And I'm looking down at Corky and Rich. And I see them looking back at me. And then I see Rich point, you know. And it's like, okay, I'm not the only one here. I'm not crazy. I am seeing this. Since then, you know, that's not the only time that we experienced that here. It has happened quite often, whether it be in the woods, out here in the open. They're here. They exist. They are real.
And it was almost like they were floating, coming close to us. I mean, they come up toward shoes.
Yeah.
They come right. It's not like we saw something flash in the woods. They came out of the woods, came up to us, and was pulsating by our feet, and then would start flying, and it was actually moving right up behind us here, and it was trying to almost like get us to follow them, you know. Anyway, that was creepy.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if there's any truth to it or not, but I've always been told by numerous people that if you see orbs, don't follow them into the woods because they will try to lead you to danger, something, or to have something bad happen to you. Now, maybe that's just a theory people have told me, but I've had more than one person tell me this, and some of the people that have relayed that information to me are very credible people in this field. So it's, you know, I choose not to follow them. I'll try to play it safe and not do that. But as far as the activity that goes on here at Corky's, I mean, you know, that was just the first time coming out here, and we've had stuff thrown at us. You hear the tree knocks, the whoops. We've caught glimpses of them crossing through the ravine and stuff like that. They are here. They are here. They've been here for quite some time. And
we had people see them here tonight. We had what, 2 people see one swaying back and forth behind a tree.
Yeah.
And that was like 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
So we had one that was swaying back and forth 2 hours ago.
Yeah. Bill Rigsby and I, we were standing there talking. I had just gotten here. Was only here a few minutes, and was talking to Bill. And right away, right over here at the backside of the ravine, just a ways back in, we had a tree knock. Late afternoon. And that wasn't the only one that happened, Jay. I think there was a couple other tree knocks that happened as well.
And a howl.
Yes.
So so it started off when we first started setting up. There's a canopy behind the camera. I got some tables out, and I made my pizza and got chili and had some food, and we had cake. And anyhow, when we were setting up, I had a tree knock across the street in the corner up there, and then there was another tree knock up behind us, probably about an hour later. So about every couple hours they're responding. So, what time is it now? It's like around 10:30 probably, 11.
I'm guessing close to 11.
So kind of 11:30 is when it really kind of just starts here.
It's almost 11:30.
So, and then 1 o'clock, and then after 3 o'clock they get vocal. So we're going to try to keep this live stream running throughout the night, to see if we can capture some of this. But anyhow, I just wanted you to meet my good friend Steve. He's like I said, he's one of the researchers for Sosby. And when Doug gets these calls, he sends Steve out to investigate a lot of different sightings, and so he lives up in the Cortland area, so he handles like the northeastern Ohio.
It's been a while since I've been out on anything like that. I mean, since I started having issues with my knee and feet and stuff like that. So he's got other guys also that he calls upon to do a lot of things, investigations and some research for him and stuff like that. But it's been a while since I've done that. But yeah, it's a great group of people. Corky's research, Doug Waller's group, the Sosby group. Look them up on Facebook. Great group of people. And one thing I would like to do real quick, I'd like to give a kudos out to Jay Phelps in Shockton County Bigfoot. He's taken me out a few times. Like I said, he's taken me to the monkey farm a couple times, and I would just like to say, it's an undisclosed location and everything. But Jay's, when he has taken me out, he gave me the opportunity to witness more things than what most people would be able to witness in a lifetime. So my thanks, hats off to Jay Phelps. He's a great person, awesome investigator, boots on the ground, and like I said, it's amazing what he can take you out and let you experience. And everything, some of the guys I don't know quite as well, but I've heard nothing but great things about Tommy Cooper and Cryptovania, Jeff Weingart, his group and everything.
Northeastern Ohio Bigfoot.
Yeah, all great bunch of people. You couldn't ask to be surrounded by anybody better. So,
and Steve, this is just like the short version, because when there ain't anything going on, if I just want to sit out in the backyard, I'll call Steve. I don't want to be out here by myself. You just got to have somebody here. And I'd always call Steve if he was off on a Saturday, and he can make it down here. It'd just be me and him sitting out here. And let me tell you something: the fewer people you have, the more activity you have. And we've heard some crazy stuff. So I've done some calls when it was just me and him, and they would answer right back immediately. And it would go back and forth 4 or 5 times. And I would, at one point in time, I was asking them to give me a tree knock, and they were tree knocking on command. They don't do it so much anymore because it's always changing. But Steve has experienced a lot of stuff here, So yeah, I like to have this guy with me when I'm in the woods alone. But anyhow, hey, thanks for doing a quick interview.
Enjoyed it, Corky.
All right, Bill.
Yes.
This is Bill Rigsby, everybody.
Hi, everyone.
And I met Bill down at Salt Fork, and he put on a camp out here about a month ago, and he had a really great turnout. So he's with the Pennsylvania Bigfoot Project. It's a chapter under Mary Fabian. So you want to go ahead and just talk about what you do? And
well, I'm one of our investigators. I'm an admin with the group. We I go out on a lot of the investigation calls we get, which we do get a lot all across the state of Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Ohio. We you know, I end up taking on an extra role of taking on a chapter lead, which I take care of Mercer and Lawrence County chapters there in
PA.
Pennsylvania, just right on the Ohio line. And you know, I'm doing an active investigation ongoing there in Butler Armstrong County right now, which is, it's a very active spot. Like here, you know, there's like a family of 9 of them in that one little area.
Awesome.
And they different ones that doesn't even go to that gun camp, as it's called.
It's a hunting camp?
It's a hunting camp, 200 acres. And these people driving by that joined our.
What
our
happened?
group.
What was happening at this gun camp why they contacted you?
A couple different sightings, tree knocks, howls.
So these were the members of the camp
Members
felt
of the
necessary
camp.
to get somebody
Not
in.
everybody. People that go. It's along Buffalo Creek,
Buffalo Creek.
and people were down there fishing,
All right.
having this stuff happen to them, rocks thrown at them, tree branches thrown at them. And one guy that lived near the gun camp, 4:30 in the morning, driving to work, comes down past, and as soon as you go right past the gun camp area, you cross a bridge. As he's crossing the bridge, he saw something big, put 2 hands on the side of the bridge and jump over. Well, it's a 35 to 40 foot drop. Down in a very rocky bottom creek that was only like 30 inches deep. He stops, gets out of his car, runs over thinking someone committed suicide, and he's looking down, there's nothing there. And he hears splashing, running in the water. He looks up as it gets up on the bank and runs up the hillside. And he
On
said,
2 legs or all 4s?
2,
Okay. Bipedal, walking away up
right.
the hill.
which normal human wouldn't survive that fall, jump
Right.
into those rocks, let alone run up the creek.
Mm-hmm.
And this thing ran up the creek and out and up over the hill. Another guy that was camping there right at the gun camp overnight had something messing around his van that or truck he was sleeping in. He climbed out of it. He saw it right up about 30, 40 yards away, right in the wood line. And when he got out of his truck, he had his gun on and he fired at it, and it took off. And I said, man, that's the craziest thing you could have done.
Right.
You know,
That's not good. That's not good.
Uh,
So you just recently had your first Class A sighting
yeah, actually I did back in August, and
down at Salt Fork.
Salt Fork, there near the group camp area on the Buckeye Trail. And it was only about 15 feet from it. And
Now, what made you walk down that trail? You were with a group of people.
I was with 2 others, and we were going down. It was just getting dark, you know. You can still see pretty decent, but we had a night vision scope.
Did you hear any activity? Did you hear
No,
any tree
we
breaks?
didn't hear nothing. But as we was going in, we was getting some rocks and nuts thrown at us,
All right.
front and the left side. Well, the lady that was with us got nervous and didn't want to go any further because of that. So Mike, the other guy that was with me, him and her stayed back, and I went up about 90 paces, knelt down, started adjusting the scope down, and out of the corner of my eye on the right side, I saw a little movement. So I turned my head and looked, and still adjusting the scope this way as I turned my head. there it was. Right there off to the side, about within 15 feet.
And you did what?
Almost filled my pants. Almost.
You froze.
For a second.
You know.
And
so you had your encounter.
And I stood up and I'm backpedaling fast back toward.
You weren't going to stick around.
No, that thing was as big as it was.
Can you recall what was it? Did it make any response? Did it remain still, or did it? What did it show
When I
any
started
aggression?
going backwards, it didn't show no aggression. No, I believe it was a younger one.
Okay.
Because when it stood up, I noticed about where how high it was next to that tree that down on the side. So
How tall would you say it was?
Within 7 foot.
Okay.
About 7 foot, wide shoulders.
Could you identify the sex?
I'd say it was male.
You didn't see no boobs.
No boobs.
Okay.
No boobs. Actually, Larry Batson.
Mm-hmm.
I did a podcast with him, and he did a drawing of the bust of it.
Nice.
And
Larry Batson draws on what? Bigfoot Odyssey
Yep.
on Tuesday nights.
Yep.
So check out Bigfoot Odyssey on Tuesday nights. Larry Batson's the animal guy that worked with Wild Kingdom, and he's the one that brought all the animals in on the Tonight Show with Johnny
Yep.
Carson. So yeah, Larry Batson's a mutual friend of ours, and I talk to him all the time, and
Yep.
jump on when he does his Bigfoot talks. And really nice guy, and he's a really talented artist.
Very.
He can take your story and literally draw what you're talking about. So yeah,
That's
he's
the way
got
it
some
did for
talent
me.
there.
Yes, very, very much.
He's
talent.
got some serious talent.
And and I never looked at it in its eyes, but I know the eyes were large. Had the boxer nose. I got big hands. His hands were so much bigger than mine.
Wow.
And
So
very muscular.
all right, so we're gonna give Bill here, Bill Rigsby. He's starting a new group, and he's reaching out to all other groups. And what is this new group you're creating?
It's called Agents of the Unexplained. We're covering all paranormal ends of it, from Bigfoot to ghosts to UFOs, orbs, whatever. Yeah, anything paranormal. I've always been fascinated with the paranormal. I got different people that are going to help me on ends I don't really know with the paranormal things, and I got other ones that know a heck of a lot more than me, because I'm like the teenage kid getting into this.
So look him up.
I even reached out to my man Corky here on a few things already.
Yes.
And it's all about us learning together.
That's right.
So if you'd like to reach out, it's Agents of the Unexplained. Got a group page.
He's got a Facebook page right now, and the YouTube's on the way.
Right. Yes.
So they're going to be going into the field and experimenting with all the paranormal, the cryptids. So yeah, check his channel out. It's like I said, he just started it this past week.
Yes.
So there's not very many subscribers, but it's growing quick. So check out Agents of the Unexplained. So that'll be Bill.
Yep.
All right, thanks for coming, Bill.
Thank you, sir.
All right, buddy.
Enjoying ourselves here.
Yeah.
And the knocks that we heard.
Do
right
you
away.
want to talk about what you experienced tonight?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
When we first arrived here, Corky walked me up here. As soon as we got up at this end, across the road there was a knock.
Yep.
And we both turned and looked. And I went, wow, this is going to be a good evening. And I got here, about 1 o'clock today.
Yes.
Then when Steve got here, me and Steve's up here. Corky's down there cleaning the table and getting it ready for today. And there's a knock up behind us here. Oh. Then about 7 o'clock, I went live on my Unexplained channel on the Facebook, and I'm filling up above, showing the woods, and I saw movement up there. And I'm like, did I really see it? So I called Jeff Weingart up. I says, Jeff, watch up there for me. I saw a movement, and I told him about where. And he's watching, and he caught movement like a
Swaying back and forth behind a tree.
And
They can see it from the waist up.
And it's like, all right, that answered my question. I was not imagining it, you know. So they're here, they're being active, and
They were checking you out.
Yep. And it's very interesting here. I like this.
So, like I said, this is still early for the activity really to start.
Yeah.
It's usually about the 1 o'clock time is when they really start moving, and they usually stay about 40 to 80 yards back. We have a large group, and as people, get tired and leave tonight and leave, and the group gets smaller and smaller, the activity will go up and up.
Right.
So, the more comfortable they feel to come in, so that's once people start leaving, the activity will start climbing. Right now we have how many people here? 10? About 10 people. So when we get down to about 7, 6, it just keeps getting better and better. So about 1 o'clock or so, things.
That's what happened with us at Saltport the
Yes.
night Jay was there.
Yes.
That was a Friday night. People all start going to bed. The activities start building up.
That's right.
And the night you was there, same thing. They wait till the smaller crowd, make it better for them not to get caught.
Yeah, Steve and I drove down.
Yeah.
We were down there for about 16 hours.
Yeah.
And 4:30 in the morning, everybody's asleep. There was only like 4 of us still awake. And just at the group camp, about a half mile south under the bridge, one sounded off. And we're like, ooh. We're listening to it. And then moments later, a half a mile north of us, another one sounded off. And so I got to hear my audio. That's all I was ready for. And I had the long drive home. So that's when we left about 4:30 in the morning. It was fantastic.
Well, Friday night when Jay was there, we heard some knocks, the next morning they found footprints down over the hillside right
Nice.
there. And it was a juvenile footprint. And the one lady, she comes running up over the hill, and she's out of breath. She goes, "You want to go on an exciting trail?" No, if you're breathing like that, I don't. I said, "Where?" She said, "Right down over the hill. There's a footprint down there."
Cool.
Oh, I'm going down. And I looked down over there and went, but I'm not climbing back up. The
Right.
road's right over there. Somebody could pick me up. So
Excellent.
We went down. There was a juvenile print there. This other kid that came with his mother-in-law, I call him a kid, he's like 20 years old, non-believer. He thought we were all crazy, but he likes camping, so he came. We went down the Buckeye Trail, went farther down from where I had my sighting. He found a print. And so I sent another guy down with him to check it out from Du Bois. The guy's an experienced investigator. I didn't send him, I asked him to go. And he went. He says, he took a picture of it, and he comes back up, he shows me, I says, "I'm not sure what that I'm looking at here." He says, "Well, he's casting it." I says, "Well, good, I want to see this when it's casted." I said, "I'm not making it out, don't look right." As soon as he got the cast done and brought up, and he was cleaning it, and I went over and I'm looking, I started helping him clean, and I went, "That's a handprint." He had a handprint.
Nice.
Now he's a believer. And he joined the group. He's gun ho.
Good.
He wants back in the woods constantly. Oh, yeah.
You guys hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we got something running behind us. Now I have 3 containers of peanuts with glow sticks attached to them. Can you do a pan? Can you see the glow sticks, Mike?
Well, they're not
Nothing
infrared,
there?
so no.
You won't be able to locate that. So I've got.
Oh, we
glow
can
stick-
see pretty far in the woods.
So I don't know if you can see anything moving up in there. So we just had something run across. It sounded like it was about 30 yards behind us. And it come running across. So I've got some like candy bars in these containers full of these peanuts. So
Sound like
if
there's a little bit
you guys see any glow sticks moving, please let us know.
It sounded like it's below the lowest glow stick.
Oh, yeah.
So
We've actually watched them reach and grab a glow stick and lift it up where it's horizontal.
like I said, this is an exciting spot.
It is. It is. Well, cool. I don't know if you need to be checking the chat, see if anyone's if the people at home heard it.
Yeah.
I'm using a shotgun microphone, so
Right.
it's going to be concentrated in this area straight behind us, and that's where the activity was. So, if you heard it at home, good. So, but anyhow, hey Bill, thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Awesome to have you. And Jeff, next guest will be Jeff Weingart.
Bill, here's the night vision.
Mr.
Hi,
Jeff
Corky.
Weingart, how are you?
Good.
Good to see you.
Awesome.
Glad you made it down here.
Thank you. Glad to be
So,
here.
so, guys, this is Jeff Weingart, and he is no stranger to the cryptids. This guy has been researching since back in the 70s.
Well, not quite that far.
Well, you were active in the 80s, okay?
80s, 90s, 2000s.
Okay, so he's been in this a long time. He's never had a Class A sighting, so that's why he comes down here. He wants to be able to see one of these guys running through the woods. And like Barb, just last Wednesday, I was cutting firewood, and she was down here watching my woods, and she got to watch one run across the ridge. So I keep telling him to come down here about 4:30, 5 o'clock when they're starting to move, and so we got to get him seeing these guys. So, but anyhow, Jeff runs
Northeastern Ohio Bigfoot Research.
Northeastern Ohio
Bigfoot Research.
Bigfoot Research.
NEOBFR.
NOBFR.
NEOBFR.
NOBFR. Okay. So, can you tell us a little bit about your group?
We actually started in the early 2000s. I was co-founder of the group with Mike Beckett. Started out back then, we had about 8 members. Now we actually have about 13 members and almost 1,300 Facebook members in our group.
Congratulations.
Thanks. We primarily researched the Berlin Lake area. Found plenty of footprints. We actually have a video of a creature out on a small island that had a hold of a tree, and it was on video. It let go of the tree, and you see the branch go up and down, and it took a step back and hid behind the tree.
Awesome.
That was pretty big back in the 2000s. We actually had the BFRO wanting to get a hold of the information from us. So.
For documentation?
Right.
Well, that's fantastic. Now, Jeff's been coming down here for how many years now?
2 to 3.
I think closer to 3.
Yeah, 3 years.
You know, Jeff's got to hear everything. He's got to hear when they throw there's an old dump over the hill. He's personally been here and witnessed these glass bottles being thrown up through the trees over here and just coming down, dangling, and the glass crashing.
Right. Across the street here, I had my first experience with samurai chatter. I definitely want to hear that again. That's something I will never forget.
And what did it sound like? Can you?
A mix of maybe Native American. There's a lot of vowels. It sounded like in the language, and it almost sounded and it sounded like a Chinese movie.
Yep.
You know, somebody speaking in Chinese, and you could almost pick out some words that they were trying to say.
Right.
The encounter lasted no more than 15, 20 seconds at the most, and there was two separate voices. There was a deeper male voice and actually what sounded like a female voice to me. So the two creatures were talking back and forth, and they were across the road.
Where did you hear that? Was you in the front yard?
I was
or were you
right here. I was right here.
You were right here.
Right here.
Okay. And another thing Jeff got to witness one time, it was getting late on a Saturday night. I was having a fire, and I can't remember who left, but somebody left. And when they backed out of my drive and pulled forward and lit up my front yard, Jeff watched one, probably a juvenile, sitting in the front porch. He darted across the front yard, and Jeff got to witness that.
Yeah, he came from right to left, and it was about 2 or 3 in the morning, and this, whatever it was that ran, was very fast, and it was darker than the night.
Yeah.
There was no lights on out front at that time, and I could just see something tall and fast darting. I mean, it was actually darker than the night. So that's
pretty cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Pretty cool. So what else have you experienced here?
Well, the bottle throwing, the samurai chatter, plenty of tree knocks. I have a laser grid pen, like what's up in the trees up here.
For ghost hunting?
For ghost hunting. And I was just trying it out. I'd like to try different things out at Corky's house because it's like a big experiment to see what works to get him to come out.
Right.
So I had this laser grid pen out, and I was making like a kaleidoscope pattern off of it. And I shut the pen off, and as soon as that pen shut off, we had a huge tree knock very close to it.
He responded.
He responded. He wasn't ready for the show to be over.
Right. And that's what it is. I mean, we are the entertainment. Mm-hmm. That's why they come in. They want to watch us from a distance. And when the entertainment stops, they'll have a behavior like a child.
Right.
So it's like when I do a group setting like this, and like we're all talking, laughing, having a good time, I'll tell everyone to shut up and let's all be quiet. And if we can get everyone to be quiet for about 10 to 15 minutes, they will respond.
They get mad because we're not doing anything.
They want to hear us interact. They want to. We are the entertainment. So yeah, if you can get enough people to be disciplined enough to quit talking when they've been listening for conversations for hours, that's when they're going to respond. So, and that's something I found by trial and error, and I like to do this every time I get a group setting, and 9 times out of 10 we get a response. So. Yeah, and just like I said, Jeff, just one of my regulars here that usually comes and gets to experience this activity. And, yeah, he's a really good guy. So check out, what's your group name again?
It's Northeastern Ohio Bigfoot Research on Facebook.
And
I no YouTube channel at this time.
No YouTube.
No website right now.
So, but they'll go out. They've got a group of 5 or 6 guys that goes out, and if there's a report or whatever. You can tell them about that one report we got that happened up at the reserve, that army base.
What the heck is the name of that place?
Route 22. What is it? What is it? It is the Ravenna Arsenal.
Ravenna Arsenal, yes. One of our members actually worked for a company, and one of her bosses was relaying to her that his brother, who was a state highway patrolman, had witnessed a creature inside the compound area in the Ravenna Arsenal, and saw this creature inside the fence line. So it was an actual state trooper.
Well, this is after the alarm's already been triggered.
Yeah, we were unable to verify with that trooper though, because she ended up not working for that company anymore and lost contact with all the people there. But it was reported to Ed Weiland up in. He runs I don't know. He runs a Bigfoot group up in that area. We relayed the information to him and tried to get more information. We were just unable to verify anything on that. But I think it's pretty credible when you get a state trooper that's actually coming out and saying, "Hey, I saw a Bigfoot."
Right. So the state trooper is doing the security up there, and like I said, there was an alarm triggered inside the Ravenna Arsenal, and the state trooper went to investigate. When he was leaving, he saw a creature to the left cross over the road. He witnessed this with his own eyes, and that's when. How did that report get out? Did he just tell Kathy?
He told his brother who worked with Kathy.
Okay. We tried to reach out to this guy, and just because what he does, being a state trooper, he doesn't really want to share that information. So we couldn't. It was a dead end. We couldn't really go much further than that because the guy, don't want to lose his job or anything like that. So, but anyhow, all right. So yeah, check out Jeff's channel. Jeff's a great guy. We do a lot of stuff together. So, and the one thing about like Jeff's group, Jay's group, Bill's group, Steve's group,
we all work together.
If something's going on, they give me a call. Hey, here's a picture. What do you think of this? We all work together here. So, yeah, I've made some really good friends, I tell you.
Sure. Yeah. I've been down to Southern Ohio this year more than I've been here.
Yes, and was you with us when we went to County Road 215 and we went to that we took the bridge out there along
remember
Wills Creek right there? Was you with us on that trip?
You and I were down there on the way to a Sosby meeting that one time.
Right. Okay. Very good. All right. Thanks, Jeff.
Appreciate it, Corky.
All right, buddy. Okay. So I think that's going to wrap up the interviews. Those were all the group heads of groups that we have here tonight. So.
Can I say something?
What?
I was wondering if I could say something.
Well, this is just for the group heads. That's all I was doing. So now we're going to set up and we're going to do a Bigfoot roundtable. So can we pan out? How's this going to work, Mike? Do we have room to get a group?
Yep. In fact, I just got a wide shot. Pretty good.
All right, guys, grab your chairs, gather around. So do we need to get further back?
Yeah, if you're going to get more than a few people in the shot, you need to be pretty close together.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're as wide as we're going to get right here, Cork, and I can only get two of you in this shot.
So I think if I light these back lights up, it'll give us some more light.
You've got enough light, dude, for the video.
We need to light these lights up, though. Yeah. I got 4 lights to be lit. There's one behind you.
That might not be good for the video.
Really? Let's take a look. What do you got happening?
Well, if you block it out with something, it looks really cool, but it's kind of a hot spot.
That's fine. That is fine. We're in a.
Okay.
Yeah, that's gonna light up the area pretty good.
You want that one? Right?
Yeah, light them all. Light them all up.
The tribe has spoken.
You need to pull that chair closer.
What?
That chair needs to be closer.
Bring that in closer. Okay.
Even tighter still.
Yeah, we're shot.
Behind the tiki torch over here. Stand in front of it, I mean.
It looks really cool when that light's blocked out. That's okay. I think we can. Well, may need to move the camera on another place. That one's out anyway.
That's the one. Barely. I don't know if they have a noise back there behind us.
Yeah, I had my phone up, remember? I had a head story.
Did you ever figure out what that conversation was?
I think it was something over there. I think that's what it was. I'm not sure. It's picking up really everything.
So,
I turned it off.
so what we'll do is we'll put you guys in front of us, right here. You know, he's not. Can you see them over there?
No.
So you guys are gonna have to get in line in front of us. Bring your chair over here.
Yeah, it doesn't have that wide of a lens, and I really can't move it without
Yes,
risking unplugging it.
you're gonna have to get in front. Just get in front of Jay and I. Steve just could slide over closer.
There you go.
Tommy,
Yo.
where you at, buddy?
Chair, brother.
We never found you a chair.
Got my red drink on. It's 4 years. Thank you, Tom. Sit here in front of me. I kick you. When you get answer, I'll kick you back. Alright.
That'll work.
I'll put your ear. I won't. Maybe one of them I will.
Jeff, you can be front and center if you like.
Yeah, I'll sit down here. I'll sit by the
Okay.
Watch me shine.
Get your chair. Okay.
Yeah, you're the one to protest. Hang out right here. It's fine.
Okay. Okay. Who's in counter? You and who? Jeff Weingart. Okay. So Jay and Jeff over here. Jay took Jeff to where? Where'd you go?
We went to it's just a location in Stark County out in the middle. It's a literally middle of nowhere. So almost had to have full drive to get there. We had this huge puddle. It looked like a small lake. We had to get through this puddle of water and back up to this old mining road and get back in there and we hit a few spots earlier that night. We did shooting down, a couple people came in. Another one I was shooting down to the camp. And that night was really awesome thing. We got back in there and he was telling Jeff what happened back that night.
That the night with Stuart in his truck, yes.
Yeah.
Stuart had pulled in and we all got out of the vehicles, and pretty soon after we were all out, something threw a rock down at Stuart's truck. He heard it land on the road right by him. Jay got his thermal out and was looking. I had my parabolic ears on and was listening, and I could hear something crunching in the leaves, and it sounded like it was pacing back and forth. Well, Jay caught it on the thermal. He saw it. And Stuart went up one side of the hill, and I went up the other side of the hill. We were trying to flush this thing out so we could get a better shot of it, and it took off. And
We had one rock that actually hit Stuart's truck. And inspectors on everything. We all went in the woods finally up in there and just the structures and I went in there earlier in the fall, a couple weeks before they got there, and my son was up there looking around. He got he was sitting there talking about how he's going to get up past it's like a bowl when you start out. It goes up both sides, up over there, section of wood. And he got a large log thrown at it and landed like right between me and him. And now how are we going to get there? We put that over it, and we was talking about that. Well, we hit a few spots that night, and I think we might have had a little activity at one spot earlier, but this spot was just out. It was just out. The night vision was picking up, thermal was picking up. Just parabolically, we knew had it up there. Shots and shit like that. Crazy.
Oh, that was all down at the shots in there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's the one major hot spot area down through there.
The only traffic we saw that night was a couple guys on a, were they in a dune buggy or something, some kind of.
Yeah. There's no, I mean, that road there's just like, it's just basically a private side road. It's all, it's just what you're actually in the center of Woodbury. You're right there. That'd be the center of 17,000 acres.
Right.
And you can go anywhere you want to call public. You go anywhere you want. You can walk the days out there.
Now, Steve and I, we were down there for a Sosby camp out, down there at County Road 215, and we were on a dirt road by Wills Creek, and we parked where where a bridge was removed. It's no longer there, and we were told that pretty high activity happens in this area, and we had Mary Fabian, me, you. Was that it? Just the three of us?
I think Mary's sister was with
Mary's sister. She stayed in the truck, but Mary got out, and we set our chairs up, and we're sitting along Wills Creek, and the creek's up pretty high at this point in time. They've had some flooding at that time, and we couldn't get way down there because the creek was up like 7 feet or whatever. But anyhow, we set up along this creek, and we would hear there's like a cornfield behind us on the other side of the road. We would hear this, bipedal feet moving, coming up, right behind us. It was incredible activity. And to the left of me, there's this thicket, and it just drops off to the creek, and it's very thick and briary, this and that. And I kept hearing some rustling down in there, and I reached down and grabbed a piece of gravel, and I'm only 10 feet away from the creek, and I just tossed a pebble into the creek, just see what would happen. And what did you hear, Steve?
It was almost like a game that, like, Corky would take a pebble, small rock, and he'd toss it out in the water, and then all of a sudden you hear the kerplunk. Next thing you know, kerplunk coming right back at you. Like, these things were tossing pebbles back into the water, coming back towards us. And if I'm not mistaken, that dirt gravel road that goes through there was a couple of those sport utility vehicles that come flying through.
Yep.
And I don't know if they ticked something off or what, but after they passed, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, after they were gone and you couldn't hear them anymore, I don't know if it was a whoop or a howl / growl type thing, but you heard it come from the direction that they went. But you could tell, like, the sound of it. It wasn't one of them trying to make a noise just for us to hear. It was something that was like behind that, like in that field towards the cornfield and the set of woods that was there. But it's just that whole area, Shoshone County, Wills Creek, is just amazing. Real amazing. In fact, I think with Jay Phelps one time, myself and my wife and Kaylee and Mike, my son and daughter, were out there one night. Jack Warren was with us too, I believe. And we stopped at this one area, and it was right along Wills Creek, and I don't think it was too far from the camp area.
No,
Less than a mile, like Jay said, from the camp area there where we camped with Sosby. And Jay was able to get my son to through his night vision. He'd seen his first Bigfoot looking right back at him through the trees. And what was crazy about it, we had these two-way walkie-talkie radios. And my wife, she's not a skeptic, but she's scared of stuff like that and doesn't want to encounter something like that. So she stayed in the truck. Mike went with us, and we're all going down this path. And next thing you know, as we're going down this path, she's calling on the two-way radio, "Hey, get back up here. There's something up here walking around just inside the woods on the right side of the pickup truck on the passenger side." And she's calling us on that radio. She's like, "Get back up here, get back up here. There's something up here." And she's all worried and scared. Next thing you know, we hear something flying down through the path, down through these woods, through the high brush, and then you hear splash.
It was so loud, that splash.
Oh yeah.
Me and Steve could have jumped in together and it wouldn't have been that loud.
Yeah. This
It just
watch, he hit the
waves
water.
across the waves, I'm telling you.
Yeah. He hit Wolves Creek, and then Jay, he seen where it come out of the water. He was like, Steve, check it out. He said, look along the edge of the water where it meets with the muddy bank, and you're going to see this wet path coming up out of the water with footprints going up through there. And we're looking at this through his night vision, and plain as day you could see it. And at that point, I gave the night vision back to Jay, and he's looking, and he's like, all right. He pointed to a certain area and told me to look through there again up in the edge of this tree line. He said, tell me what you see in this area. I'm looking up there, and swear to God, looking right back at you, plain as day, you see the face of this Bigfoot peeking through the greenery of these leaves on this tree, looking right back at us. And I handed him to Mike, showed him where to look, my son, and all of a sudden he starts looking. He's like, man, I see it. It's looking back at me. Look at it. I see a Bigfoot. It's looking right at me. And you could see its face, its lips, and it looked like it was curling its top lip up and everything, looking right back at it. And then all of a sudden, I think by the time Jay got the night vision goggles back, he looked back up there and it was gone. It skedaddled out of there. But yeah, it was just one more example of the stuff that you get to encounter and be a part of down there in the Shocking County. It's great.
Now, can you?
Hey, hang on.
you-
Cork. Night
What?
shot turned off here.
What?
The night shot turned off.
It's on the camera. This way. Just hit the brown button.
Talking about the wind rear speakers. What's this? You don't know what the link for?
Oh, there it is. Yeah, alright.
Okay.
It's not brown, it's
So-
round.
With Steve is with Salisbury, and they do a lot of. They have the campground down there at Salt Fork in the primitive area, and a lot of times he'll go down there early. They start like on Thursday night until Sunday. Now, what I want Steve to share with you guys is a few years back. Was it April who was with you? Who was the other lady? April. There was just two tents set up, and this campground is notorious for them to come into camp. Okay, and I want Steve to tell the story. What happened that night?
This is several, maybe pushing closer to. It was a while ago. But anyway, my wife and I and this other lady that was part of the group at the time, her name was April. We got down there on a Thursday and spent the whole afternoon, the whole evening there. Nobody else showed up at camp on that Thursday. You know, the ranger didn't drive through to check on us or not. It was quiet, you know, and you didn't really think about it during the day, but we really didn't hear any bird activity. And once the night rolled in, there was no peepers, frogs, tree frogs, nothing like that, crickets. Everything was really super quiet. And we had a good fire going and everything. And April had her tent set up maybe 10, 15 feet away from our tent. And at this point in time, it was getting pretty late. We were letting the fire burn down. And it got to the point where it was just the hot red embers that was left. And, my wife was getting pretty tired. It was at this point, it was well after midnight. It was getting into the wee hours. And she said she was going to crawl in the tent and go to sleep. And I told her I'd be in a few minutes. And April, she went and got in her tent. But just prior to them getting in the tents, I had made the comment. I said, I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't a squatch watching us throughout the day, sitting here at camp. I said, if you think about it, it's been really quiet. There's been no other animal activity, no frogs, crickets, no nothing, just really quiet. And normally when there's something sort of like a predator or something that's in the area like that, the area will go quiet. And it was like that all day, all evening, and all night. And anyways, they got in their tents, and I'm standing out there, and I finished up what I was doing, and I grabbed I had a Coleman battery-powered lantern. I grabbed it off the shepherd's hook I had sitting by the tent, and I crawled in the tent, and climbed up on the air mattress, and I covered up and everything, and I reached down, and I shut that lantern off, and 30 seconds to a minute later, less than a minute later, we heard what started out like a bird owl. And they sound off with a cadence of, if you put it into English terms, like "who cooks for you?" whoo, 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 whoo. Well, when this thing did that, at first, okay, well, we got a big owl right inside of camp, right? So when it started its cadence, the whoo, 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 it came down off of that into this guttural growl that reverberated through the whole entire camp. It just sent chills down your spine, hair up on your neck, arms, goosebumps. At that point, my wife, she grabbed me by the arm, and at that point, she was still kind of skeptical. She hadn't had any experience with it or anything like that. And April yells over, "Did you hear that, Steve?" I'm like, "Yeah, I did." I said, "And that was no barred owl." Well, as soon as I told her that, it kicked back off into that cadence that a barred owl normally goes into, with a growl again at the end that reverberated through the whole camp, followed up by a tree knock that to this day I describe it as what you would think of Babe Ruth hitting the side of a tree with a Louisville Slugger as hard as he could possibly swing. That's how loud it was. It sounded like a shotgun going off. And from that point, all you heard, this thing made no beans about it. It was stomping through the brush. It didn't come across the opening of camp. It walked all the way around group camp, making all kinds of noise, snapping limbs, twigs, branches, busting through the brush to where it got up and was circling behind us, came right up behind the tents, and it was so close you could hear this thing breathing. And it walked out, and you could tell, you could hear it.
I heard him. He's right behind me. She's got eye shine. Becky has eye shine. How far away? Is that it? Okay.
So you seen?
There he is.
I see him on day.
Right there to the right. Is he right on the ravine? So that's pointing behind us? Yeah. Okay. We've got him on thermal. Yeah. I got a whiff of him a little bit ago. I'll protect you, Kim. Right.
Holly was just talking about sacrificing her wife Kim to Bigfoot to hopefully get a better picture. And whatever we gotta do, Tommy. White glove. Bright white. Nothing else white like that. Come back is right there.
I'm in the wrong
Yeah,
angle.
there's got the whole wood lit up right there. See it?
Yep.
The whole wood is lit right there.
It's a hot spot.
That's exactly where she's pointing. Yep. Right up there.
Got one sitting up there.
Yeah, that's battery low.
Well, that's what we expected. So anyhow, sorry for interrupting your story there, Steve.
No, that's fine. That's fine. We got
So-
activity going on behind us, and you know, just, hey,
You just turned the lights out while camping.
yeah, I turned the light out, got in camp, and you know, like I said, this thing sounded off like a barred owl, but it wasn't no barred owl, and he tree knocked, and like I said, it was loud as all get out. But anyway, this thing stomped his way up around camp, came up behind the tents, and when you pull into group camp on Parker Road, we were camping on the right-hand side, and we had our tents butted up fairly close to the edge of the woods, and you could hear this thing walking up behind the tents. And he stopped just inside the woods. You hear him shuffling through the leaves. You could hear him breathing, and it was just these deep. It's hard to describe unless you've been there and heard this. I mean, it's non-human. I mean, just the way it sounds, the power, the force behind it. And they walked out just past the tents. The wife's got the death grip on my arm, and she's almost in tears at this point. What's going to happen? What's going on? And I didn't know what was going to go on. And I normally carry with me everywhere I go. And I had my 45 on me, and I don't think not that made any difference, but it gave you a little bit of false sense of security. But it's mostly for the other critters, not Bigfoot. And this thing walked right past the tent and went over to April's tent and started pacing back and forth and walking circles around her tent. And I don't know if it was the suspense of what was going to happen, what was this thing going to do, but all of a sudden she screamed out as loud as she could possibly scream, "Get out of here!" Well, I'll tell you what, it did, and it went past our tent, and our whole tent just shook, and it hit the brush, and it sounded like a locomotive going down through there. And I'd say it stopped about, 80 to 100 yards away from us inside the woods. And the only thing you heard was this weird bird whistle sound that it made, like it was whistling. And then it went quiet, and we never heard nothing the rest of the night. Well, needless to say, we didn't sleep anymore that night or anything like that. We stayed up until about daybreak. But my theory on it is, and like I said, it's just a theory. I think this thing was sitting around the edge of camp somewhere, just inside the woods, keeping an eye on us. Like Corky said earlier, these things were like their entertainment. So I think this thing was watching us throughout the day and throughout the night, listening to our conversations. And through visual observation, I think this may have been a young male, and it basically was smart enough to decipher the fact that my wife and I were together as a couple. I was the only male there, and she's female, and she's there with me. But there was also another female there, and she was by herself, no other males around. And I think that's why this thing went over to her tent and basically was putting on a show for her. And like I said, it's just a theory.
Did you hear that?
It's under the bridge.
One of the things that has happened at group camp. There's been a lot of things that have gone on there over the years.
I know group camp
It's a hot spot.
That's where I had my sighting, and so much has happened there. Every time I'm there, that's such a hot spot for activity.
Me and Jack Warren was there. It was Preacher Weekend, and I think I've been to one of the one conference, and we had such shocking everything I had. I'm just not a conference person. For me to sit through a conference, I can't do it. But it was effort for everybody when it comes to Preacher Weekend. It rained the whole entire weekend. We had to actually build a structure out of tarps just for us to sit in to get our rain.
Like a lean-to.
Yeah, that's huge. You can probably fit 20 people in there. Well, that night that Jack arrived there, it was a Thursday night, and I had Friday off, and it was in September, and it was cold rain. He said, I called him. He said, "Yeah, we're up there sleeping in the Jeep." He said, "It's creepy up here." Well, it's creepy. So me and Kim and her uncle decided, well, we'll go up there and spend the night up there as well. So we went up there. Everybody fell asleep. Me and Jack was working on pretty much, somewhere we could stay dry for the weekend. We knew it was going to rain all weekend. And that night, it was about 4 a.m. Everybody was asleep. We had everything done. We finally got to sit down and relax for a minute. And I see red eye shining at the end of the camp, about where the Buckeye Trail starts. And it was about 4 foot high, and it came up to about midway through camp. It was looking right at us. Yeah, I see it. And we watched it for maybe 3 or 4 minutes. And then it stands up to about 8 foot high and it walks off into the woods. And we're just like blown away. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. And so
it was squatting when you saw it.
It was on all fours coming up the hill, basically, yeah. It was
doing the spider
yeah.
walk.
So that Saturday, they all wanted to go to Creature Weekend down there and see, what else was going on. And like, come on, Jay, let's go. I wanted to go hiking. That's what I went for the deal. I went for the hike the weekend. I wanted to hike. It was raining. So we went down there, and I'm glad I did because I got to meet Bob Gimlin. We got pictures of Bob and everything. He autographed stuff for us. It was pretty cool. So we went back to camp later on, and Mary Fabian was there from Pennsylvania Bigfoot. Jerry Klein from Knox County Bigfoot showed up. We had Sharks County Bigfoot force. And settled in for the weekend. Well, me and Larry decided we're going to hike and we don't care what the weather's doing. Everybody's pretty bummed for the weather. Time off work, time away from family. But we had, me and Jack take off walking. I know we probably did 3 or 4 miles back. We went to the top of the hill, went back in that way. It was the same place we did the Red Eye Tri Mile. We get back in there and we'd walk to the point where we're soaked. We took no electronics with us, no phones, because it was raining that hard when we left. It was just pouring. And we had on some firearms. And we're back in there, and I do one of my calling with the root car deal. I did that. And in the cornfield, like, we could see the cornfield, but if you was in the cornfield, I don't know if you could have seen that or not. So I did that loop, and this gray squatch stands up, and the corn we measured at 8 foot later on. It was taller than the corn. And he's standing up, and the corn's kind of sparkling. They're saying for animals up there. And it's not like a regular cornfield. They're trying to separate it pretty good. And it's standing there, and it's turning its whole body looking for where the sound comes from. And me and Larry's watching it, and we're like, at first we're just blown away. Like, oh my God. And Larry's like, you seeing that? I was like, yeah, man.
How wide was it?
It was at least, I'm not exaggerating, this thing looked like it was about 5 foot wide, 4.5 to 5 foot wide. And it's dirty, like a dirty gray. Just dirty gray looking. And
Did you see its face?
yeah, you can see, you can see everything. And it's just, what was getting me was just the size of it.
So would you say it had a human-looking face?
Its face was covered in hair. It didn't have some of them.
So you just got that little strip across the eyes.
The black eyes. We had 2 black eyes against that gray. You can see that plain as day. And the facial maybe features under the hair of the, where your nose come out your cheekbones. And we're watching this thing, and Larry's looking for his phone, and I'm like, I'm looking for something too, and there's nothing there to look for. So we didn't take nothing with us to get a picture. So eventually, we took our time and come back down off the hill. We come off the hill, and we just had a major encounter on top of the hill. I was telling Jack about, I think it's the eye shine, dude. It was about that height, And
what was the behavior once it turned?
It just turned, but like they say, when it turned, it couldn't turn its head. It was just so big. It's like the whole body was swaying side to side, going like this, And it turns around. It's just looking like it must have been laying down there. Was all I could figure, or eating some of that corn or something, because it wasn't there when I looked up until later on. They called, we were getting ready to head back that way. And when it stood up, we was just, as just the way it turned was amazing. And just to sit there and watch that is.
So did it follow you?
No, actually, it turned around and walked away. And by the time we got down to camp, Jack Warren and his wife and I went back up there and measured the footprints. And they were 18 or 19 inch footprints. And we had the footprints, and to this day they have pictures of them. And me and Jack followed the footprints to where it went. Now, where it went to was on the back side of this cornfield was nothing but marble floor erosion. And it was a very thick patch of marble floor. And there was a perfect hole that you could just walk right through that hole, down into the bank, into the back part of the woods. And we didn't go into it. We should have, but we didn't. It was the rain and the mud. We started soaking wet. Nobody really had good rain gear to speak of, And but that was one of the sightings we had up there. The wooden bar thing. We had roar at us right beside the camp. Everybody knows how to have an experience in that camp. And a lot of people say, about coming to camp and I want to go here or go there. It's like, just stay here. Just stay here.
Just stay right there.
You don't have to go nowhere.
How's that?
They come to watch you.
The same weekend I had my sighting. My sighting was on Thursday night. On Friday night, we were all down by Bob's trailer and sitting talking. And there was a guy had a small trailer up at the top, and he had a battery operated light on it. And the light just went out. And we're all looking up there. And then come back on. Then I went back out. Battery died?
Motorcycle.
He went, no, that's a brand new battery. No, something just walked off from it, and then walked down in front of this other camper that had fishing torch going. Big tent. It blocked out the light from it, and then went into the woods near the trail. That's like, whoa, now this is nuts. You know, it walked on outside of the camp area. You know, instead.
Especially since COVID here, there was nobody up there for a year camping.
Yeah.
Nobody was allowed to camp up there. They had no groups up there. And then I knew the first couple groups going after the COVID deal, it would probably really be, you know, really be crazy up there because they had no entertainment. I mean, what else are you going to watch at 1 o'clock in the morning? But no, I think them scaring us really, when they scare people, I think they get a kick out of that. You know? Let's see if we can scare
I think that's the juveniles playing.
Yeah, you know.
So Jeff, can you come over here real quick? Can you tell us?
How's that?
Can you tell us a little bit about this hollow hair that they have?
Heineken Shine.
Heineken Shine. And who was the one that came up with that?
It was a German scientist, I believe, come up with it. But Jonathan Lackey is doing some research into that. He's from Pennsylvania, I believe.
Up in New York. He's in New York.
Oh, New York, okay.
He does an episode of Cryptovania.
Yeah.
So Jonathan Lackey, who did some really deep research into this, all his information is on Cryptovania. So with Tommy Cooper here, so Cryptovania has all of his information out there. So yeah, I want to let's talk about this real quick. You know, so you know, I shared a photo here. What's it been? It was mushroom season, and I captured a picture of a female Sasquatch. You can tell it was female, but all around her was all green, and it's like her hair was green, and so anyhow, I'm like, what is going on here? Because once I left this area, I didn't realize I captured a picture of anything till I climbed up out of this bottom and onto this road, and then I heard this huge tree break and something thrown into the river. So I go back and look at these pictures that I took, and sure enough, she's standing in like full camouflage right in front of me.
I have a lot of pictures of them. They're totally green. Just
Totally green. And here, I'm putting it out on my research page, and these guys go, hey, Jonathan Lackey has did some studies on this. So, Jeff, tell them what you know.
Well, it's the he believes that the hair is hollow, and it actually, from the light that it does get, it refracts the area around it.
Inside the
Inside
tube.
the fiber of the hair.
It's a tubal hair.
Color and light goes in it, and it reflects it out.
And it refracts it out, so it's picking up the ambient colors and projecting it inside this hair. And that is how they can come up on us, and we don't see them. So I just find that totally amazing.
There's only one place in the world where you can find Jonathan Lackey's research at, and that is on Cryptovania on Roku.
It's on his Roku channel. Cryptovania is where Jonathan Lackey's research is at.
Yep. Once I found Jonathan Lackey, he made what I was doing make sense. Some of the stuff didn't make sense to me, and once I got into studying what he was doing, it was like, you know, wow, that's that. Oh man,
I'm glad to know it's on your Roku channel. I've been getting bits and pieces
Tommy, I've never met him,
really
but I've heard
more into that.
I've heard that he has journals and journals and
Oh,
journals.
he does. Oh,
and
he
pictures
does.
and maps and
You
drawings.
can see him on
and-
Cryptovania too, but I mean, he has everything is documented.
Right.
I mean, he's got
time, his letters.
Oh,
and pictures.
every possible
What
thing
bugs
you
are
can
out,
have.
Yeah, I shared one of his videos on my research page, and he takes a clump of Bigfoot hair and he puts it up against different lights and different backgrounds, and you can see
Yep.
How it absorbs, it fracks that light inside those tubular hairs, and the hair is changing color.
Yep.
Yeah, I have a piece of hair that if you put a red laser to it, the whole hair holds the laser light all the way through it, like it looks like a wire thing.
Yeah.
It's just like the Green Man in Ireland. You know, they say the Green Man. You know, it's all in what color is around them.
I'll take that color on and they look
Yeah.
they're invisible.
Yep.
Chameleon.
Yeah, exactly. I've run into stuff that's invisible.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got pictures of
That's
it.
cloaking.
I don't know what that is. I'll tell you what, it's coming right at
So,
you.
so Jonathan's take is there's no such thing as cloaking. That their hair does this, and they can make themselves just become transparent by blending in
Yes.
to the background.
Yes.
The polar bear is yellow. It's not white. The only time a polar bear's white comes from the snow. They have the same hair, the same house, the same with the polar bears.
Yep.
There's a couple different animals that has 100% of the hair, the ability to do that. And the Sasquatch is just another.
It's like the guard hairs.
Yeah, sort of outer hair.
Yep.
I've had pictures of them where they're green. I'm like, what in the what in the world? Can that be green?
Yeah.
Right.
You know, and I'm looking for a black Sasquatch. This thing.
You're right.
You know.
And now another thing they do is infrasound.
Oh, I can tell you about that.
And tonight we're going to do an experiment. So I've got two Bluetooth Onyx speakers here, and I'm going to be broadcasting whale sounds. So the naturalist down at Salt Fork gave me a call last week and asked me to try this. So we're going to be doing this later tonight, and that's going to be an experiment. And the funny thing, after I've listened, I got an 8-hour clip of this. It's some of those sounds, those whale sounds, are because I do these audios every day, and I've heard these juveniles talk and make different sounds, and they have made similar sounds to this whale sound. Wow. And I'm like, it was like almost listening to the juvenile, woo, making those type of sounds. Mm-hmm. And I'm real curious to see what we find out. Now, talking infrasound, what I want these guys to share. Has anybody here been hit with infrasound?
Twice.
Yep.
I never have.
Twice.
I had
I'm not saying
something
it.
happen.
I believe it.
I don't know if it was infrasound, but I had something happen up the handicap area. So like 3 o'clock in the morning.
What happened to you?
I was there with Rich at the time, and we'd gotten out of the truck. And normally, I don't care if it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon or 4 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't scare me to walk into the woods, even if I'm by myself, or whatever. Never have been. For the first time in my life, we get out of the truck. Rick was walking across the little parking lot to head over on the other side of the little covered shelter area where the picnic tables are at up there. I got about halfway across that walkway, and all of a sudden I froze dead in my tracks. I couldn't move my feet. I couldn't really think that straight. Something had me just going haywire. I couldn't.
Right behind you. Something's over there. Something's on the tree line over there. Whoa.
That's the Steve stuff. I'm not going. Yeah, right now.
Hey, Court.
Yeah.
We talk about the self-working kind of about the voice.
Sure.
I told you about.
Sure.
Okay, I'll mention towards after the end or
Okay.
after we get done talking.
Sure. Check over there. It was over by the shed.
No problem.
small animal?
Small, pretty small.
Okay.
That's a tree right there.
Yeah.
Tree.
Yeah.
That's some stuff down.
Okay, it was a small animal. We got him on the thermal.
What was he saying now?
So, okay, Steve, you were
Up at the handicap area at Salt Fork State Park, and like I said, whatever this was that came over me had me frozen in my tracks. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak, I couldn't anything. I was just frozen. And I do remember the overwhelming feeling of fear coming over me and being disoriented at the same time. And I remember looking over, and Rich was going across over by the shelter, and I kept looking back towards the truck because all I wanted to do was get in the truck and leave. I didn't want to be there, and it was just an overwhelming feeling. And Rich kept, all of a sudden, he started yelling for me. Steve, get over here, what is that? And it kind of broke me free of whatever it was that came over me, and I took off running over towards Rich, and he's pointing down over the hill where it kind of drops down and goes out across the little yardway, and there's some sporadic trees that are in between all that, and it drops down into this big greenbrier thicket on the other side of it. And Rich is pointing out, because I think we had a full moon that night, but it was pretty bright out, you could see really well. And he's like, what is that? And I'm like, where? He's pointing to this big tree that's about halfway across this open area. And he goes, there's something standing behind that tree over there, watch. And all of a sudden you could see the silhouette of this thing in the moonlight peeking out from behind the tree looking at us. And then it would go back behind the tree. And whatever it was huge. You could tell this thing was every bit 7-8 feet off the ground. And all of a sudden you've seen what looked like a shoulder and an arm reach out from the tree, and then its head, and it's looking at us, and then went back behind the tree again. And then all of a sudden it took off catty corner from us across that open yardway that's there at the handicap area.
Wow.
And Rich hit it with his spotlight that he had with him, and lit up its back. It was black in color, had a little bit of silver on its back. It reminded me of a silverback gorilla, but only bigger, taller, running on 2 legs. And after it took about 2 steps after the light hit it, it dropped down on all 4s and went quadruped and dropped down over into that ravine. As soon as it did, it was dead silent. You never heard it crashing through the brush. Didn't make any noise after that. And we stood around up there for about another half hour or so before we went somewhere else. Didn't hear anything else that whole time that we were up there, other than what that encounter that we had there. And after we left, I explained to Rich the feeling that came over me when we got out and was walking across that parking lot, going towards the shelter area where the bathrooms were at. Now, whether it was infrasound, I think it may have been, but I don't know for sure. But I've never felt anything like that before that or after that.
Now, can you tell us a little bit about the time when you were at that same location and had a big chunk of rock just miss your head?
Yeah. Again, Rich and I were up there. Bob Schaefer from the Sosky group was up there. There was another kid that was there. He was new to the group. He never came back, but he was there that day. They called him Holiday. And I actually had to give the kid a clean, dry pair of socks because it rained pretty good that weekend, and he didn't bring no socks with him or anything. And this other guy named Tony, he was up there with us. And we're all leaning against the back side of that shelter there with the men's and women's bathrooms at the picnic table there. And I'm standing on the one far side, on the left side of that shelter, and I got my arms crossed, and I'm just leaning against it, and we're all lined up leaning against it. When we first walked up, we heard something moving around just inside the woods, which was less than 20 feet away. And we're just standing there in the dark, no lights, no nothing, being quiet. And you can hear something trying to sneak around. It sounded like it was on 2 feet, and it was trying to be really quiet, but every once in a while it would snap a little twig. You'd hear it in the leaves. And then it got really super quiet. We didn't hear anything. And then maybe 20 seconds later, it sounded like a shotgun going off. Hit right on the side, on the wood, on that shelter, to the left side of my face, within 4 inches. And what it was is there's an asphalt walkway that goes back to this gazebo that sets in the back area of the handicap area. and on the edges of that asphalt walkway, there's chunks of it that are broken off. Well, it was a chunk of that asphalt that come flying out of the woods where we heard something moving around, and it just missed my face by about 4 inches. And it hit that wall hard enough that I honestly, to this day, believe if it would have hit me dead square in the face, it probably would have killed me. That's how hard it hit. Now, I don't know if he was purposely trying to hit me or just really wanted to scare me and make it really close. But when that hit and we didn't hear anything leave the area. That's another weird thing about it. We didn't hear anything walk away or anything like that. It just threw a chunk of that asphalt at me and just missed me.
That's just crazy. Crazy.
Yes.
Tell me what's down about the Lemmy Ridge speaker.
Well, one thing about that is right where that incident happened at, a few months before that.
What are we talking about?
The a recording that I've got of Bigfoot at night.
Okay.
With the Coshocton guys with us. And
Okay.
the whole crew of Cryptidania and that. But right before that happened, I was hit in the back of the head with a stone at night.
You got hit.
Yes, I got hit. And, yeah.
Lemmy Ridge is insane.
Yeah, it was.
It was one of the best nights I ever had out in the woods.
Yeah, it was.
That's something.
There was me and Jay and Bill and my guys. There was like I think all of us. There was like 6 of us or 7 of us there, and everybody had their own technology, like their night vision and this and that. And we were walking back into the woods, and we heard something was rearing on the road in front of us, and it sounded like there was like 3 of something that they were like funning around, wrestling, who knows what, and like everybody spread out and everybody threw their technology up and everybody started looking at this and that, and Jay had the one in the front. He was looking at him, and it was going up through the woods, and then there was
left.
Yeah, and somebody else was looking at one of the other ones, and it was going another way, and I was looking over here to my left, and the God's honest truth is, I thought it was Jay. Like I saw a bipedal guy walking through the woods, and I'm like, what is this? I didn't know him. I didn't that.
What's this guy walking through the woods for?
Yeah, I'm like, why is he walking through the woods? And I'm focusing in on him, and I'm like, record! And I hit record, and I got him, and he was behind a tree, and he was peeking at me and stuff behind this tree, and it wasn't Jay, and I was like, oh my gosh,
I'm to the right, Tom.
Yeah, and it was all pitch black.
left.
So you guys are all standing on a road.
Yeah, all of us.
I'm to the right.
And you're surrounded.
Yeah, and Bill has a gun, and he's right beside me, and I was like, I didn't know these guys. Like, it was the first time I ever met them before in my life, pretty much, and I'm like, oh my goodness. And
so they're ready to open fire.
Oh yeah,
It was that intense.
Well, Bill says to me, he goes, do you want me to light them up? And being as how the Iraq War had just ended, I thought light him up meant he was going to shoot him.
Like 200 lumen light on the end of the
Yeah, and I didn't know, but what he was saying is he would light the light. And I was like, no, don't.
We're not going to shoot. We're going to. Bill had a pressure switch right by his trigger. When he hit the pressure switch, and the 2200 lumen light comes on.
Yeah.
On the end of it, he had the AR pistol shooting blackout. Bill was going to light him up so he could see him.
Yeah.
Tommy's like, no. We're going to shoot, We don't shoot Bigfoot. We're not up to shoot Bigfoot, but we care for people.
So did you light him up?
No. I had him in my binocular, my night vision binocular, and I recorded him.
Okay.
It's on Cryptid.
But you got hit. You got
3
hit.
months before that. Like 3 months before that.
Oh, this is a different story.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about when you got hit. What was happening when did you get hit with a rock?
Yeah. Okay. There was me and my research partner. we had a older lady and an older man. They lived way out in the woods, and they didn't have the best technology and this and that kind. They're kind of poor people and stuff. Well, I told her, I said, anytime anything out here happens, just call me. I don't care if it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Just call me. Just call me. Okay. She started doing it. She started calling me all the time. And she's like, well, this happened, that happened, that. And it was like 15 minutes through the woods from my house to get there. So this one night, she called me and told me she had a tent behind their house that they kept dry goods in, or they went to the store and bought goods and they kept it in this tent. Well, she was in the tent, and she was in there, and she says she heard, running coming down to the tent, and she looked, and she had a headlamp on, and she looked on in the roof there, and this you gotta help me. This palm went on the
top of the
On the tent.
Yes. It got on top of the tent and started pushing it down. And she was looking, and she was like, oh, and she's just a little old lady, and she's like, oh, and she like cowered to the ground, and it pushed way down like
And
this.
she was in the tent?
Yeah.
And she watched the hand being pressed into the tent.
And she knew exactly what it was because it was a huge hand pushing that down. And she was just so scared, like she didn't know what to do. So she ran in the house, she called me, and me and my partner, we went out there, and we set my camera up on a tripod. And we set that up, and I had this light and another light, like this, and my partner had lights, and we were just like this, and we had the tripod up, and I was like, let's take a look around and see if we can see anything first. And we were walking around, and I was going like this, and you could see me. I was walking with the lights, and it wasn't that far away. It was like 25 yards from the camera or whatever. Pretty soon, a rock hit me in the back of the head, and it hit me freaking hard, man.
What was the size of this rock?
I'd say it was about that big.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God. So like,
It hit me in the back, and it didn't hit me like on an arc.
Line drive.
Winged me. It winged me like right on line drive. Yeah. And it hit me, and I went forward like, and I said to my partner, I started laughing. I said, I just got hit by a rock. He goes, what? I said, I'm not kidding you. I just got hit by a rock, and it was cooking. And they're like, no. Well, and he's like, well, it's probably on the camera. I said, I bet it is on the camera. It was on the camera. It was on the camera.
You got it captured.
We didn't. I lost it.
Oh, that's too bad.
I'll tell you what, that area,
Yeah.
Like,
that's the same place where he's talking about.
he took us there that night, and it was just like, I'm on one with the thermal. I'm on it with the thermal. I'm seeing it. It's walking away from me. Everybody's going, Jay, go left, go left. And I'm like, I ain't moving. I'm on this thing. And everybody, yell like five times, go left, go left, go
Three
left.
of them.
There
Chris was like,
three.
I'm on him, Jay. And I'm like, yeah, and I'm on one too. I'm not moving left. I never answered nobody though. I'm still thinking that. And I'm thinking we're on the same one.
Yeah.
No way.
They were right in front of us.
How far away were they?
I'd say that one
Too
that I was
close. Too
I'd
close.
say it was 25 yards.
Yeah?
I mean, he was close.
Okay, now slow everything down. Could you detect any smell when this was going on?
No. Nope.
Did you hear anything?
Yeah,
we heard them all.
Were they chattering?
No, they're like wrestling or whatever.
Okay, you heard like wrestling. Okay.
movement and brush tracking and grass
And
movement.
then next thing you know, you're getting blindsided with a rock.
No, that was two different occasions.
Okay.
Same
Okay.
place, same area.
Now I want you to, same area. Now I want you to figure for a minute. Who was in the woods with Cryptovania that night? There's Jay. There was me. Bill Welsh. Jason Trost. Jim Sauerland. And some others. So there was all 6 real good witnesses. I mean, there was no way anybody was going to do some kind of mass psychosis where they,
Maybe see something.
yeah. So I mean, it was good witnesses.
And then that night, the weirdest thing, I got back to the hotel room, and like we go out to Pennsylvania, and they put us up in this Taj Mahal, right? Beautiful place, just beautiful. And Bob Gross was with us, and whatever Bob wants to do, Bob at that time, we've lost Bob since then, and it was terrible. And Bob was with us, and Bob was the boss, and it didn't matter what Bob wanted to do. Bob could do anything he wanted to do. That's just how we had it. Bob, whatever Bob wanted to do. Bob enjoyed that trip so much. But as he got back to the hotel room that night, he worked a lot more hours than I did. Different shift, night shift. He was tired. We took him back to the hotel room, and he had made himself a drink, and was relaxing. Got changed his clothes, and was getting ready for bed. And he went out on the balcony to have a drink and smoke on the balcony up there. Couldn't smoke in the hotel room. Well, he was on the balcony, and he said, "Jay, I went out there and I was out there for 5 minutes, and this thing ran across the golf course. I can't even describe to you what it was. I've never seen nothing like it before, and you could tell Bob's a big guy. He's a big guy.
And this is in
Bob's not scared.
this is in the back courtyard of your hotel.
Yeah, and I've never seen Bob scared. I've known Bob for a long time. He's my best friend, and I've never seen Bob scared in my life.
It's cryptid,
and Bob's like, dude, you don't understand. He said, this thing ran across that golf course today. It was 100 yards out, and I could hear it coming. And I'm watching it run, and it stopped right below the top of me, and it's looking up at me. And he said, the only thing I can tell you was, he said, he showed me a picture of a hellhound. I swear, have you ever seen a hellhound?
Yep.
So like a dog man.
Like a dog, yeah. And he's like, and it's looking up at me, Jay. He said, I'm thinking any minute it's going to jump up on this railing. So he runs in the room, right? And he grabs his 45, right? He has it's a 45 410 governor, or what do you call them, the torch makes it, big old handgun.
Yes.
Loads that with 45 long Colt. Closes it up, closes the door, makes sure it's locked. He left his drink out there. And right there, I know Bob ain't gonna leave that drink nowhere, And Bob's like, dude, I swear to God, I thought he was coming in here to get me. So I shot through the top of him. He's ready to fire on us. That's how bad it scared me. And I mean, we talked about that for, several years after it happened. It was just like, he's like, dude, I would never. And he goes, and I'm looking back for you, and I thought, oh, I wasn't there. Nobody was there. He was there by himself. He's like, you can't believe it. And it's spooky. It rattles the cage, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've never seen a man scared of nothing.
That's crazy.
And the golf course, like the hotel and everything, it's basically right on Lane Road.
It's right. It's the other side. We was on the other side of it. I didn't know where we was at because I'd
So
never
have
been
you
there.
had any other reports around this golf course?
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Of what? Bigfoot, Dogman? What are we supposedly hearing?
Almost everything that we hear is Bigfoot.
Is Bigfoot?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I think the Dogman a lot of times gets misidentified as Bigfoot.
Okay.
But we do get hellhounds, we do get Dogman, and we mostly get Bigfoot.
So what's a hellhound?
It's a big dog.
Yeah, it's like a great big dog. It's
They say it's like 3 times the size of a great dane.
yeah, it's not quite a Dogman, but it's way bigger than.
Is it a
any
cryptid?
Yes. Yes.
Is it walking bipedal?
Usually on all 4.
Quadruped?
The way he described it to me was he had a picture. He had a picture of somebody had drawn of a cryptid of what they called a hellhound, and for I know a couple months after we got back, he couldn't really describe what he'd seen to a T. He never seen that.
Yeah.
So as he was describing it to me, well, finally he found that picture, and he just couldn't. You got to see this. You got to see this. So I was like, what is it? That's what I seen in PA.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
it right there. And
Yep.
I read hellhound.
Really?
Hellhound. Yeah. It was
Really?
And this thing
Yeah.
just
I'll
like.
have to look it up.
Dude,
Yeah.
this thing scared me just looking at the drawing. I was like, "Hey, that's what you seen? Why the hell did you shoot it? I probably shot it right there in the hotel. I don't care.
Usually they have red fiery eyes.
Yeah, it had red eyes.
Really?
But he
Yeah.
said the speed at
Yeah.
which this thing covered that 100 yards. He said, Jay, I didn't even have it. Was there. It was on me.
I saw one I saw one time cross a hayfield, then a road, and then a hayfield, and it was going so fast I couldn't even say exactly for sure what it was. The only thing I can compare it to is like, you ever see a hawk go in a power dive and then they go like 90 or 100 miles an hour? I saw that thing run across the hayfield and I was like, I can't even say what I said when I saw that. I was like, what the? And I watched it go across and I was like, you gotta be kidding.
That quick.
Yeah, I was like, boom, boom, boom.
Like Pennsylvania, what's the ridge out there? The ridge is known for all the activity.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania's active. It just has, from what I've studied up there, there's so much weird stuff.
Yeah.
Chestnut Ridge?
Yep.
Chestnut Ridge.
Yep.
Yeah, you
Yep.
study that. Just delve into that for a minute. Read about it.
That's John Redchun's area?
Yeah, just delve into that for about 5 minutes. Read about it. It is
Yes.
just the cryptid activity is. It's not just one thing. It's, it's all sorts of stuff.
We have the birds, the great big birds with like the 35, 40-foot wingspan.
Thunderbirds.
You have Thunderbirds?
Yeah, they have everything out there.
Yep.
And then another thing I was thinking of, we're out there with that morning. I think we went with Nick.
Wait. You have seen a Thunderbird?
No,
They
I have not. I have talked to a lot of people that have seen them, but I have not seen them.
Okay.
If you're out there, it's like they say they've seen gypsies coming through the woods.
Yep.
Now, I was
I've
thinking
seen
about that.
that.
I was
I've
thinking
seen
about
that before.
If it was, if you look at an Iroquois Indian and the way the Iroquois Indian dressed, and when white men first came over here, if you would think it was a gypsy,
Right,
Iroquois Indian,
right.
because they dress in they have the colorful shirt, and they have the colorful pants, and they have different things tied to them. And when I was looking at these Iroquois Indian things, I thought, man, it looks like a gypsy. I wonder if you guys will see the spirits of Iroquois Indians going through the woods. I mean,
I'll tell you what.
who knows
Court,
what we're seeing.
I'll tell you what you got to do. You got to get on Cryptovania. There's a place right by me. It's called Bald Hollow.
Oh, that's what she was saying.
You got to get out there.
Well, Mike and I are going to make a trip, and we're going to come up and see you.
Come on over. Come on over. Just watch the hotel.
Over, man. Yeah, because man, it is.
I want to see this.
Where did we go? Was that Bald Hollow we went to? Where did we go?
Yeah. Yeah.
This place, we get there, and like I said, we knew him online. We never. I met Tommy. He came over to Stockton and did some hiking with me. Like Tross didn't know us. He knew us from online. And we're over there, and we get there, and we do what we do. We got our firearms out, got ready to go into the woods. We got all our gear on. We got all our technology, everything. So me and Bill just take off walking. We just, we're gonna hit this hill up there. And everybody's like, "Where are you going?" We didn't want to step on anybody's toes or nothing. We didn't. You're new there. We was gonna go up in the woods. That's what we do. We like to go up in the woods. He's like, "Tross, go with him," and you just tell me. Stacy didn't want to go with us. He's like, "What?" Tross, go with him.
And this is in Titusville?
This is ball. This is that ball. Yeah.
That was somebody. That was not Bald Hollow, but I know where you're going.
It's like it's just like a swamp.
Yeah,
it is. Up here's the woods, and me and Bill's just dying to get in that woods. We can't wait. It's like 10 o'clock at night, right? We don't come out of there till like 2 in the morning. And Tross is like, you just tell. He was the night before. They got all kinds of like serious howls and roars and stuff off this hill, right? And he's like, "Tross, go with them." Jason's like, kind of puts his head down. He follows us. And he's like, "Man, I didn't want to go with you guys. I didn't even know you had all these guns. I ain't got anything against guns." The second minute, he's like, and we get him up there, and we get a call. We're way back in there. Well, Bill takes off as soon as he gets the call, and Tross is like, "What's going on?" And well, Bill does a circle around me. Make sure I don't have nothing coming in on me, because I'm looking at footprints. I never stop looking at footprints. I heard the call and everything's right there with us. And I'm checking out what I'm checking out, getting pictures of it. We got broken stuff everywhere you look. Something was broken. Every tree, every branch. I've never seen that much broken stuff in one place in my life. And when you see that, it's just breaking.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was just that first night I ever been to Cryptovania.
Okay, so let's go back to the beginning about Infrasound.
Okay.
You said you got hit with Infrasound. Your partner got hit.
Yeah.
What happened?
Okay, this is how it happened. Again, out at the place where I got hit with the rock. It was at that place, but it was a different occasion. But the old lady had called us and said, "Hey, come out there." And we said, "All right, we're on our way out." Well, we went out there, and we're standing in the woods, and we're going back into the woods and stuff. And we're going back in, and we're being real quiet, and I hit him, and I'm like messaging, I'm like, I hear something on my left, and he's like, and I hear something on my right, and I'm like, hey, I hear something on my right. He's like, then we're there for a little bit, and I hear a woo, or an owl sound out in front of me, and it's way out in front of me, and I was like, it's not an owl, you know,
Right.
It's something like you were saying, it was something different, and I was like, did you hear that? And he says, and I said, you should listen to the owl sound. I said, yeah, no. And we're sitting there, we're listening, and all of a sudden, I look at him, he starts meandering around like a drunken sailor. Like, you don't know what he's doing. And I'm like, look at him. And like,
Your partner's doing this.
yes. And I'm like, getting all this good information from this. And I look at him and he's stumbling around. And I just crack him. And I'm like, what are you doing?
What the heck?
Yeah, I was like, what are you doing? And he didn't say nothing. He's like, what? And I was like, quit stumbling around like a drunken idiot. He's like, oh, all right. So we called it, that was it, that was the end of the night. So we went back to my house. And I was like, dude, what was the matter with you tonight? He's like, dude, he goes, I don't want you to, don't mess with me. He's like, tell me what it was. I was like, you start stumbling around like a drunken idiot and this and that.
He don't remember.
He's like, there's 45 minutes to an hour of tonight that I don't remember a thing from.
Wow.
I was just thinking too, if you take the missing 411, okay, and they say, blah, blah, blah about it, but let's say you're hit with infrasound, and you don't, for an hour, you don't know what you're even,
Yep.
you wander off, and say me using the woods together, I turn around and you're gone.
Yep.
You're going, we never do find you, but is it the infrasound hitting you, making you disoriented to where
Yep.
you don't know what you're even
Yep.
doing?
Because that's what happened to me the first time I got
Yep.
hit with it.
I've never
I was
been hit
in
with it. Or nothing.
Indiana
I don't-
County near Blairsville, and up on Penview Mountain. I was bear hunting, and it's an area called Bear Cave. And about the third time I ever been up there. And so I go up, and I know if I head straight over this way, I can go right back down over the mountain. I'll end up down where the railroad track, Conemaugh River is at, and I can go 3/4 of a mile. I'm home. But that's like a 2-mile drop down over the mountain. And I'm headed that way, and all of a sudden, I'm looking around. Where am I?
Yeah.
Where am I? And I don't recognize nothing.
Yep.
And I'm very lightheaded. I'm weak.
Yep.
And I don't know where I'm at.
Yep.
And this other hunter's coming up. I says, I got turned around or something here. I says, I'm kind of lost. I says, where's the cabin at Bear Cave? He says, about 3/4 of miles up that way. It actually, I don't know. I don't know how I got there.
I
why
can
I got
easily
there.
believe that, man.
And I turned, so I head back up.
Yeah, Sydney.
Put my gun in the car, and I had to. I said, nope, that's enough for me.
man.
And I went home, and my ex-wife said, you're home already. Did you get one? No, I says, I got turned around up there. I don't know where I was at. And I don't understand how I got there.
Wow.
And she goes, really? You've been up there a couple other times. You know that area? I went, I thought I did, but I don't know how I got to where I was at. So I didn't figure that out. I just thought I got turned around, but I couldn't figure out why I lost timing.
Yep.
The second time I got hit was at Mercer County there last year.
Yeah, I just walk away.
Me and Debbie Preggy, we're doing an investigation at this one little 30-acre farm house. Yeah.
What's happening?
The owners actually had one block in front of them. So we're up there, we're checking things out. And this is an ongoing thing. We found plants. We had nuts and stones thrown at us
I just wanted your input.
in the one little area. About 2 weeks after that, we go up in there. Same area where the nuts and stones were thrown at us. I got very weak, very nauseated. Felt like I was burning up. My knees felt like they were just going to crumble on me. And I looked at Debbie, I said, something's wrong. I got to get out of here or something. She said, I'm getting really sick, really nauseated, very weak. She said, what, you want to sit down? I said, no, I just want to get out of here.
I got
the veins. We're walking out. I'm starting to feel a little better, but I'm still very weak. She called Mary Fagan. Mary, something just happened to Bill. And he just got real sick, and she's explaining it all to her. Mary says, we got what the Infrasound. And Debbie goes, well, I didn't. And I'm thinking, of course you did. You're female. They wanted me to
Get out of the car.
out of there so he can be with you.
You know,
I started thinking it. Something to it. I got in my van. She gets in her car and we leave. Once I got to home, better I started feeling. I was still kind of weak.
did it stick with you for days?
Good day.
I mean, the only thing that's ever happened to me was I was in Pennsylvania when it's happening, and I could only describe it as it didn't. I don't even know how to describe it to you. It affected me and Larry in a different way. It was a man who shot one out there and killed it, and another one he picked up and took it away. And we went out there to investigate. He drove 90 miles to tell the story.
Right.
Now, people ain't just gonna drive 90 miles away to tell you a story about something that didn't happen. So we get out there and it snowed the entire time we were there. It was bad weather. But me and Bill, and we had to take the guy out. It was from where we started. The guy took us out there and told us what we did, but we had to take him back in town because his truck was broke down. And so Bill took him back in. Bill was gone most of the day. We was out there by ourselves, and I'm real funny about my guns.
Right.
When I go in the woods, I don't even load my gun. I'll chamber some rounds, and I'll not chamber around, but I will carry a full mag. My shotgun right now I only have what's in the tube. There's nothing. I don't put a gun in a bolt chamber. Just from a simple fact that I have a lot of grandkids, and if I forget it's in there, well, if you don't chamber around, you're not going to have active. And so, and you guys that are with me, if you see me chambering around, something's wrong.
Something's going
I
on.
won't chamber around unless I'm getting ready to shoot something. That day we'd hike way back in there, and Bill had left. It was just me and Larry. We'd never been there before, and I don't know. I just had something come over me, like a sense of dread. I looked so forward to going on this trip, and I was so excited about getting there. And when we got there, I was just really pumped up, and I was really excited. And when we got there, Larry was angry as hell over nothing. He was just angry. You know, he was projecting anger. He was just like, he was totally pissed off. And he wasn't mad at nobody. He was just pissed. And I just had this sense of dread come over me. And like I was just, it was like being sad and angry at the same time, you know. And he was asking, on video, he's asking me, do you want me to get a picture of this? I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. And we got back there, and he said that when I don't remember loading the guns up. He said, I got back there, we got a fire going, and he was getting the fire going. He said, you loaded all your guns, you got down on one knee and watched that field. And I don't remember loading my guns. That's the only thing I don't remember about the whole day. I don't remember loading the guns. I loaded the shotgun, I hung it off the tree, and I racked my handgun and put my holster in my holster. And he said, I got down on one knee, and I watched the field. He said, you watched that field for 2 hours until it got dark, and then I was seeing things in the field, and I was like, you see that? Yeah, I see that. All right, see that one over there? There's one right over here. See it? Yeah, I see it. And then we thought, at one point, Bill was coming back because there was a red light. I thought, well, Bill had his light on, his hat, and it's on red. See the ground to come back for our tracks. No, it wasn't Bill. Bill didn't come for another hour. And he got back there. We spent most of the night there. And I remember going back to the van to get the van to go home. And Larry said, "Are you going to unload your guns?" And I said, "What do you mean? I'm going to unload." He goes, "Yeah, unload your guns." And I said, "Larry, my guns ain't loaded." He said, "Jerry, I'm serious. Unload your guns before you get in the van." And so I checked the guns. It was both ways. I mean, that's the only thing I've ever had. And it just felt like it just felt like it was coming out of the land. Like the land was no good. When I got on that land, when I got out of the van and got actually touching the land, I just everything I got that day was the land. It was the land.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like I felt it from the land. The land itself.
I understand that because that one place up in Vienna, Ohio, where I went the week before Christmas, and I took my shepherd with me. You know, going in, the shepherd was fine, sniffing, checking everything out. Glad she was with me. As soon as we got in that inside the woods, full alert, I got that very bad feeling.
Yeah, I just had that. And then you know the thing, it stuck with me for. I called Larry the next day, and Larry was still feeling it, whatever it was. It was still. It's like it went with us.
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't the same, and that was Sunday. We got back Sunday, and it's like Wednesday morning. I woke up and I was Jay again. I was like, what? You know, it was just like whatever it was. It hung on me so bad for 3 days. It's like I couldn't go to work. I think I missed 2 days work, and I just felt. I don't know how to even describe it to you. How I felt. And I wasn't sick. It was just like it was in my mind.
Hey, Bill.
And I just couldn't think or function. Does that make any sense?
And there was one gentleman at the camp, at the Pennsylvania camp, and they mentioned he got hit or something.
A couple of different ones mentioned it.
Yeah, and one guy said, I went out on a calf and saw something was splashing in the water, and he don't remember getting back to camp.
Yeah. It affects different ways. I found out that Infrasound. It affects everyone differently. I don't know if it's the strength of it, what it does to you, or what.
It wasn't like it was like it had nothing to do with. When I was there, what hit me had nothing to do with Bigfoot. Whatever it had to do with was, like I said, it just felt like it was in the land. Whatever it was absorbed by the land.
Well,
and I just felt like that land was
demonic.
I just had that sense of dread come over me. And for it,
that could have been a bit put Infrasound too.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I know that
projected. We can't.
When I woke up Wednesday morning and the sun was shining, it was just like. It's like I was back. Like I wasn't. It was just like I wasn't. I was there, but I wasn't there. And that morning I was just like, I was just back to being dead.
That was like the first time I got hit. Today, now this has been since 2001, 2002 when I got hit the first time, and to this day it still got me confused.
Yeah, me and Larry talks about this all the time. How we felt
like out of pocket or just out of body, like things that happened to me, but I don't know where I was at and how I got there.
I'd never seen Larry get that angry.
That might not even been a good thing.
I don't know what it was.
I could have been something had some demonic type.
Even my wife said something was wrong with me when I got back. I didn't talk. It's just like I don't know how to describe how I felt.
You were in a daze.
It would be more than that. It's just like
that's the way I was when I went to Hooters.
In the days.
No, Hooters didn't do that to me, actually. Hooters.
I'll share something with you.
We had tasty scrumptious stuff waiting on us that
I think that was the name. We needed that one. No, seriously, it affects everyone differently. And some people have some of the same effects.
Yeah. We went to Cryptovania, and when we were actually on the way to Cryptovania, I was talking to Larry on the phone, and I was afraid to go back to Pennsylvania. Because I after that happened to me in Pennsylvania, I was like, dude, I really called Larry and I was being honest, man. I was like, dude, I don't know if I want to go back to Pennsylvania or not. He said, you're afraid that's not going to get into it. Get out here, it was supposed to be quick country. I was like, dude.
That was a pretty crazy trip when you guys were still though.
I can't do this again. I can't do
Is
this.
that when you did the interview?
Yeah. You did two
because I
trips.
watched
The
that
second trip,
interview.
the best part about the second trip was me and Bill's arguing about having a freaking light on in the woods. I said, Bill, they knew we was here when we pulled up, and Bill don't like lights on in the woods when we're walking. And I'm like, dude, I got to work Monday. I can't roll an ankle. And I'll be damned if I didn't roll my ankle. But I rolled it in a 16-inch footprint. Remember that?
Whoa. Oh yeah.
And I found this trackway, right?
Yeah.
There's this trackway, and we had like 20 guys out there at night. There's some of the people I didn't even know.
Right.
And I'm on the ground, right? And we're going to cast this thing with phone.
That was on my brother's property.
And Tross is with me when I find it. Tross is with me the whole time in the woods. And I'm like, and Tross is behind me. And he's like, I heard two people behind me. I don't know exactly who it was. He's like, man, that's good. That's good. And I hear what it was. It was like, I rolled my ankle. I heard first light on, see what I rolled my ankle because it's hurting like hell now. And it's this big ass footprint. And I'm like, yeah, but I rolled my, shut up.
That's like a
John's like, shut up. I was like, I rolled my ankle. Shut up. Just shut up.
Yeah, that's like a 24-inch cat.
Yeah, it was, I don't know. I forget what it measured. They were just big. They were 5.5 feet apart.
Yeah.
And every time I mentioned I rolled my ankle across, like, shut up. Just shut up.
We're gonna make you look like the greatest ever.
Okay, I'll share my infrasound encounter. And this has probably been 5-6 years ago when we had our dog with the kennel over here at the dog in it. And I had some cameras at the top of the hill behind us, there at the top, looking down at the dog kennel because our dog was being harassed nightly. And but the camera, when I get up the next morning, has been rotated either like 30 degrees, just rotated where it's not watching the kennel, it's looking in this direction. And this is happening, so I'm going up there, top of the hill. This was a Saturday morning, about 10 o'clock in the morning. I walked up to see if the camera was moved again. Sure enough, moved. So I'm fixing this camera, putting it back on this dog kennel, and something hits me, and it feels like someone took a brick, like you got hit. Mm-hmm. It felt like I got hit in the chest, and nothing hit me. And next thing you know, I'm down on my knees. I fall down. I'm on my knees. I'm disoriented. I'm only 100 yards away up on top of this hill behind us, and I can't tell you how to get home. Mm-hmm. I am that disoriented. Now I'm getting sick. I'm getting nauseous. I have a bad headache. And the only thing I could think of, there's a field to the left of me. It's something. I mean, this is ongoing. This infrasound just wasn't boom like a brick and it stopped. It was ongoing. I had to step behind this tree to block it. Okay? And I had to, like I said, I'm down on my knees and I worked my way behind this tree. And I'm finally getting relief from it. And I think I even yelled, "Stop!" You know, and it lets up. And I'm from that point on, I'm foggy. I don't know how I get home. I know I'm looking, and I'm a lot like your friend, just like a drunk sailor.
Yeah.
In the woods.
Yeah.
But you know, I've got Lyme, so everything affects me a little bit more harsh. I'm sick for 3 days. I'm vomiting. Okay. Terrible headache. The worst hangover I've ever had. Okay. And I got this fear. It's deep. It's set fear. And I just don't understand, you know? And the only thing I came up with was it was severely upset with me for moving that trail cam back onto that kennel. You know?
Yep.
And so that's why I wanted to ask your guys' experience so I can compare to mine.
Mine stuck with me for 3 days. I know that when I was in that field that night, I was ready to kill something.
I know.
I don't know what I was ready to kill, but for me to have both of them guns loaded and not know I loaded them, I know in my mind I was going to kill something. Something's going to die. I don't load my gun.
I did not.
You would see me with guns, there's nothing in between.
I did not have that long of a lasting effect. Mine lasted a day on both the times. And the farther away I got from that little far net the second time, I started feeling a little bit better. And I only lived like 8.5 miles away.
Did you hear the whoo?
Yeah.
Woo! He just sounded off.
Yeah,
Woo!
You know, and another thing is like, I didn't attribute that to Infrasound. I mean, where I felt like there was something in the land, just by walking that land, I never really attributed it to, you know, even Larry said, well, maybe it was Infrasound. And I always thought, well, maybe you just see a squatch tail. You know, and later on we didn't see the red eye shine, but he said, what scared me the most, Jay, was you loaded that damn gun. He said he didn't attack. And he loaded this damn gun.
Did you guys, like, have you guys followed up with the guy in the southern... The guy that he is, using, like, female napkins on his body?
Oh, Richard.
You guys follow up on that? I didn't. He wants to get down there, man. I don't want whatever he's battling down there. I don't want to battle that.
No.
That's more than I want.
He invited me down there one time.
He's a hell of a nice guy. I like him to death, but I don't want to deal with what
I think Jack went down there with him, didn't he?
Yeah, Jack went down, and Jack's like, dude.
So did Doug Waller.
So did Tipton and King went down there.
Well, what this Richard was doing was he's down there, right on the corner of a state forest, Hawking Hills.
All right.
He's got a cabin down there, and he showed up at the camp with us in Shakopton with the Sosby campout, and he was showing us pictures of these really up close and personal Bigfoots and Dogmen.
The best Dogman picture I've ever seen in my life.
And literally, this creature had a snout, and you could see its teeth on the inside. I mean, unbelievable.
It had been called right here.
Unbelievable. This guy just didn't have one or two. He had at least 70 pictures.
And then he said it was getting on his roof, and he was putting the extension cords cut off the electrics hanging out, the wire hanging out, and was shocking it every time he got on the roof.
So he's claiming these Dogmen are harassing him, and he rigged up this battery system where he could to electrocute his metal roof when they get on there, because he was claiming in the wintertime, because he heats his cabin with wood, that creature would sit on his roof and wait for him to come out to get the wood.
I've heard of him doing that.
And he would electrify that roof of his, and he'd hear it, whimpering off its merry way.
Yeah.
But what he is doing, because I asked him, I said, how are you getting them to come right face to face with your trail cam? He says, with a needle, and I'm pricking my finger, and I'm putting my blood on these trail cams, and he's taking women's tampons, napkins, and he's cutting himself and putting blood on these tampons and hanging it in front of the trail cam, which is bringing these creatures in.
That is exactly what I heard about that guy.
You got too much detail to line.
So the video I've seen of that one coming up to his camera.
Yeah, that was
video.
insane, dude. I forgot about
literally, for me to you, like walking up to it and going,
how about the one with the shadow one
and putting its face right up, and you can literally count the hairs on it.
There's a shadow one walking across his yard. You can see this thing.
But
it's insane.
He's got a Dogman with a Bigfoot in the background in the same picture.
Now that he had a
I've
video.
I've heard of that before too.
And I mean,
No,
that's
that's
just,
where I never.
There are people
I
out
always
there like
heard
that
if there's a Dogman, there's no Bigfoot, and vice
I've
versa.
seen them together.
But
Oh my
here's the
God, they're
thing:
together.
he will not share none of his pictures. He'll let you view it from his his iPad, but he will not let you take a picture of one.
Well, I mean, there's a guy up where I live at that he gave me the most awesome Bigfoot photograph on a trail cam. I say it's as good as the Jacobs photos. It's mine. He gave it to me. I am not allowed to share it with anybody electronically. And I have it in my safe. I have it right there. But he will not wipe that thing out electronically. And I say, okay, that's fine. Yeah. I gotta respect it.
Yeah.
But,
That sucks.
yeah.
It sucks, but you gotta respect that.
Yeah. And I mean, there it is. I mean, it is a. I'll show it to you if you come up there, man. It's a tremendous good photograph.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. If you're ever up there,
that
come on up.
video.
I'll show it to you.
So if you take a picture of it,
Caution
mail it to us. It wouldn't be electronic.
Yeah, that's not electronic. That's a finger.
That's right.
You can take a picture and mail it to us.
That's right. No electronic transfer there.
Yep.
I like it.
That's the guy that I recorded the orb at his house. I got that there. We found so much stuff at his house. He's the guy. He had his German Shepherd get hunted. through the
Really?
woods. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I mean, it went way up.
I just said Bill get the photos
I know
for a
that.
second.
I know that. I follow Carpenter a lot.
Scott.
Scott
Yeah.
Carpenter, okay.
Yep.
Now he had a couple segments I watched where they come to your house, and I'm thinking, I mean,
They come to
I
my
used to
house,
hate
man.
John or Carpenter, Scott Carpenter.
Yeah.
I hate him because I knew that
Scott's probably watching this
I don't
guy.
care. 99% of what he said was correct, and that's
He's,
what I wanted.
he's
it
on
to
my
be,
research group.
I wanted it
He's
to
awesome.
be. I wanted it to be this bipedal creature that it's you know, and that's not what they are, and he's probably right about what they are. And I was like, man, that really pissed me off because I didn't want him to be that, and I knew inside that that's probably what he was saying.
Yep.
Probably what they are.
What, Nephilim?
Yeah, and I was like, I wanted him to be a creature, you know, I just wanted him to be like mine.
Flesh and blood.
Yeah, just, you know, and that's not what they are.
Yeah.
And I used to hate him for that. And then I started watching him, and he's like, well, you know, they'll visit you. And everything he says,
They
he's not,
do visit you.
he's
man.
very sincere about what he talks about, you know. And
Yep.
so I was in your kitchen one night. I live right on the edge of town. I got
It don't matter,
2 blocks,
though, but
2 blocks
yeah.
away, and it doesn't matter.
No.
And so I'm looking out our kitchen window one night, which is about 8 foot off the ground, and I see something out back. First, I think it's a person out back. So I'm like, what the hell, you know? And its eyes are glowing. I'm like, oh no way, this is not happening. And I got pictures of it at the house. It walked up to the window, and it's on the other side of the glass looking at me, and I'm looking at it, and I got a Glock 40 right down here by the sink.
You
Right?
got a Sasquatch looking at you through the window?
And we're just sitting there looking at each other. And because I watched it walk up, and I was like, I ain't moving.
In your house?
In my house, it's on the outside of the house in the back room. And it walks up, and it's looking in the window at me. I got pictures of the eyes, and I got pictures of it. And I'm thinking, Carpenter.
You hear a weird chirping sound.
Yes.
And
What?
I'm
No,
watching it.
that's
and
not
I'm
a
thinking
raccoon.
if it does anything, I'm
Raccoons
I'm
don't make that
and
noise.
It's maggot out the window.
A bat will make that sound.
It turns around, walks to the alley, and heads up the alley to the wood line.
A squatch
The
will
wood's right across
emulate
the
it.
street. And I was like, and I didn't tell Kim. I didn't tell nobody. Like nobody, cause you know, who's gonna believe you? I've
Dude,
seen
I'm
so much
telling
stuff
you
that I
what.
haven't told people.
Yeah.
Because
I know what you mean.
Who's gonna believe you?
Dude,
You
I
know?
was laying in bed one night when something was on my roof. My house is just like yours. My bedroom is right there. The window is right there. Something is outside of my bedroom window on my roof. And I grabbed my 12 gauge and I put that thing right there, and I was ready to start blasting. I'm like, All you gotta do is just make one noise on that window. Make one noise. I am blasting you the hell out of here. I guarantee you, man. And yeah, stuff like that happens all the time, man.
And who you gonna tell?
So I record here every night, okay? So I listen to the sounds that's in these woods daily. And what's happening right now, there's a screeching sound behind us. I've never heard on the audio. This is not normal for this sound to be making right now. You know, a coon makes a different sound.
Yeah.
It does. It's similar to a bat. A bat will make that screeching sound, but I don't think it was a bat because a bat will be flying through and the sound would not be in one location.
Right.
It's coming from one location and it's squawking. So that's something to keep our ears on.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you, I met Scott Carpenter. I went down to the Tennessee Bigfoot Festival
Oh, he's something else, isn't he?
this past summer.
Yeah, I mean,
He's one of my all-time.
Yeah.
I'm telling you what,
I've watched everything.
you know, we've been buddies online for a
But when
couple
this
years.
first came out, like say it was like, okay, this is 2012 is when I probably when I first got into it. And I went, and he didn't actually come out with enough until maybe just a little later after that. But he was leading up to it, you know, and the whole time I'm thinking, that ain't what it is. You know, and the more I listen to him, and the more things that I've seen, and the more things that these creatures are capable of doing, after like 2015, I'm like, damn it, he's right. You know, it just angered me that he was right, and there's so many people in the Bigfoot world in this community that they will cover something up because it doesn't fit their bill, their agenda, what they want it to be, and you can't do that. I didn't want him to do it. And I think the part nothing. I didn't want him to be that. I never did want him to do that. But if that's where the evidence leads you, you got to go. You got to.
So
present that.
I'm 6'1". Okay, I'm not small, and I'm walking. You know, we're in a conference. You know, and I see him. I come walking up to him, and he's like, Corky. I say, Scott, how are you? and we sit there and chew the fat for an hour, sharing photos. You know, he showed me some of his latest stuff, but here's the thing. Seeing him eye to eye, I don't know if he's 6'6", 6'5". He's a big dude. He's a big dude. I got a picture. I posted a picture of him and I. And
I remember seeing that.
And he's a whole head taller than me. It made me look like I was 5'8".
Oh, that's cool.
You know, and the guy was as nice as can be.
You know, he makes the point that if these creatures are here, and it has to be somehow, it has to be biblical somehow, somewhere, some way.
So David Pilates and him are good buddies.
Yeah.
Okay, and they've been going out doing. He's been taking David out to his research area, you know, and so. But yeah, they've been doing a lot of research.
Did you know that David Pilates wrote about a missing 911 guy from the it's been like probably around 1940 or 1950 from the area. Yeah, from the area.
Well, that's what. Yeah, that David Pilates actually he was one of the speakers down there, and there was a man from the 40s that started that missing 411. He did a full background. What happened to this guy?
Yep.
You know, But I also met Ron Moorhead, and I introduced myself. Corky, I have Corky's research. You looked at me kind of funny. Corky's, I follow you.
Have you ever met Edward Munch?
No.
He was out there hanging out with Ron Moorhead out there and stuff.
Yeah, I remember that.
I was just kind of laughing
But
about that.
but here's what Ron shared with me, because I told him, I said, Ron, do you realize when I called them in the first time when I sound blasted, I used your recordings, your audio. That's a hair sound.
Yeah.
And he goes, well, let me tell you something. He goes, I would hike or take mules or horses
To the Sierra camp.
up into that camp.
Yeah.
And he said, where we recorded this, He goes, we just took a bunch of logs and lined them up like this and just had a little surrounding. He wasn't in a building.
Yeah.
He just took what was around and made like a little structure to hide in the middle.
Yeah.
And he said, we didn't get all this in one night. He goes, this is over like 10 years.
Yeah.
It's
There was a
10
lot of
years
guys there,
of
too.
That
research.
structure they made against that tree was just, it was pretty cool looking.
Yes.
How they done it. 'Cause it was like, I think it was like a rock and a tree, and they put all
Right.
the stuff that had a door on it. They went in, that's the only place they felt safe while they were up there.
But he definitely caught some serious chatter.
Oh yeah.
You know, and you know, like I said, of all the audios that I do here, I've never heard them chatter like how they do out west, and you know, in the Sahara Mountains. And
Let me tell you guys something about this too. Cryptovania, the series. Greg Yost was there doing it, and he was awesome, dude. He was like
Yost is the shit.
He was like Johnny Cash meets Hank Williams Sr. or something. I don't know, but anyways, he was at the hotel, and I went and picked him up, and I brought him to the hotel, and I said, "Hey, Greg, I'll see you tomorrow." He says, "Okay." So I come back to get him, and I pull up. Greg's there. He comes out. He comes out, and
How tall is he?
oh geez, he's like 6'8". Yeah, he's real tall. He comes out to my car, and I was like, "How'd you sleep, Greg?" He looks at me and goes, "Well, they know I'm here." And I said, Who knows you're here? The Men in Black? The CIA? The FBI? Who knows that you're here? He goes, "Come on out back and I'll show you." I went out back to the hotel, and there's a little bit of snow on the ground. Dude, I am not lying. There's 3 sets of Bigfoot tracks that come from the rail yard and come right to his window, only going one way. They went right to
No
his
exit.
window, and they were gone. One was a Bigfoot track. The other was like a Bigfoot track, but smaller. The third one was like 3 toes.
well, yeah, that means interbreeding.
They looked like duck bills,
Really?
and they were that big, man. They were like that big.
What?
I mean, they went right, and they were 5-6 foot apart.
Deformity.
I mean, yeah.
And this is Titusville?
That was his very first day of being here. I was like, I looked at him, I said, "Well, Greg, I think it's going to be a pretty good couple of days."
So, wait, you're telling me you guys found 3 sets of tracks that led to a window that did not exit?
Yes.
They just stopped at the window.
Yes.
Was
yes.
the window intact?
Yes. It was at his hotel. They say that. Yeah, I'm telling you. And so
Bob had that stuff happen to him up there.
I told our producer, he's really good at the with
Details?
Yes, he's really good at computers and all this. He's really successful. I went and I called him. He showed up with his camera. He took a picture with his phone. All kinds of pictures. None of them turned out. Just like the ones that I took with my phone, none of them turned out.
Wow.
Dude, he's a professional. He's not some rum-dum
Right.
like me.
So there's frequency involved. And so what happened to the pictures? Were they just blurred?
They were just all black.
They would not develop.
They would not. On his cell phone. He could not get them on his cell phone, nothing.
When you talk about frequency, I was in the woods one year, and we stopped at a place in Musselman. Me and Chris had just done some videos from there. We got the wood knock, Musselman. And me and my wife's uncle pulled down in the bar and was going to go up in the woods. And we had a wood knock there one time, and I had never went back and my grandparents had lived there when I was little. So we went out woods, and The funny thing about that day was there's a dead goose in the road, and it was warm. It had just been killed. There wasn't a feather off of it. Its neck was broke, but not one feather was missing off that bird. So we went up to the woods. We looked at the bird. Went up to the woods. But when we were in the woods, we got a lot of wood knocks that day. Followed the tails, tracks, but we heard a frequency in that wood. And I looked over to her uncle. I said, "Are you hearing that?" And just you ever hear like a frequency kind of sound? It gives you, about like what a frequency should sound like. It was high, then it was low, and it was high, but it was like you was getting a frequency from something. And it wasn't too far from us, whatever was emitting the noise. And then it just stopped. And when it stopped, it was like everything was just really quiet. And you could just tell how loud it was. It didn't seem that loud when it was happening, but when it shut off, you noticed it was, wow, that was really loud. And that's the only time I've ever experienced that. Have you guys ever experienced anything like that? Like a frequency?
You gotta come up to Cryptovania.
There's your
with these guys.
frequency.
I've heard some people speculate on
That was
it
tuning
possibly
for
being like
Jeff
a portal
Weingart
opening
just
up.
hit.
What was it?
like a portal
Yeah.
opening up and you're catching like some sort of frequency coming
Yeah,
from it.
I've never heard it. It was just weird. He's like, what? His uncle. Because there's no record.
Hey, Cork,
Yes.
I mentioned about my South Fork experience.
Yours, sure.
Yes.
It was last Phil Brock for Northeast Ohio Bigfoot Research. I was with 3 other gentlemen last summer. I believe it was in August. And we were down at South Fork State Park on road number 57, which is in the wildlife area. And the friends were there for maybe about 4 hours. And then later on they left. I was too tired to go anywhere, so I was planning to do some listening and later on fall asleep in the car. Well, probably about 15, 20 minutes after they left, I heard 2 loud wood knocks. And I thought, wow. And so for a while, everything was, quiet for a while. I did hear some animal movement at times. And I noticed the storm was going to start coming in, probably about around 3 o'clock. And I thought, well, I better bring my stuff in with that. And I just had my listen up device. I have a little device thing that I had clamped on my window and had my headphones on. And it was nearing about 4 o'clock, and I was getting very tired. So I thought, well, I'm just going to grab some blankets. And I threw, no sooner than I threw a blanket over my head, I heard a voice. It was low, deep, and guttural sound. Very low bass sound. And the best I could say with what the voice said, it could have been something different from what I remembered. It sounded like it said, "Oh, Nish." And Corky, yeah, you mentioned about a comment about that, what you think about what may have happened, like once my friends were there and they left, there was a signal for them to come in about the wood knocks.
Right.
So they probably were coming in, and once I threw the blanket over my head, they knew I was going to go to sleep, so they left me alone.
So they were getting ready to, mess with you, but once they seen that you put the blanket over your head, they realized you were not a threat no more, and they walked off.
So I believe the same thing happened down there on 54 down to Dead End area, South Fork at the wildlife area. And I got rocked out there.
That's common with the great apes. If you have a great ape that's going to bluff charge you, they say if you get submissive in front of them and just bow your head all the way down almost, that when they're coming at you, that they'll just stop all the aggression and walk away.
You know what I think that teaches you too is always sleep with your head under the blankets.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna move off to around the fire now, and I'll just move the camera and just show the fire and everybody, and we'll just listen for any type of activity that may happen. So, go get a drink. Story time's over.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to roll here in about 20 minutes.
See if I can get up.
You got it?
Yeah, and if someone could.
Fire alarm. Yes, we're gonna do a sound blast.
I think
Where do you want this at? Near the fire?
Let's walk down the park.
he's probably afraid of getting shot. So, yeah, maybe it's better to go.
Let's get on the park and go.
I got to roll in 20 minutes.
Can we go get out? No, I'll be in my car.
I'm not sure who's behind me.
I'm right behind you.
I might have enough room after you're out that way or this way or whichever. Just until I leave, I'm not going to drag around.
I'll leave your house. You can pick on me.
I'm not sure who's driving the bike vehicle to the way I can back in and pull out. We didn't have that cookout going there tomorrow to go to. One to help set up over at brother's house in Greenville. I'd stick around for the whole night.
There was a road with a house.
I was going to leave at 1:30 too, somewhere in that time frame. We're going to leave about 8:30 in the morning to go get it all set up. I need a couple hours.
It was just wooded road.
Not too bad. You passed on the way down. We're on the same road. You did not pass that house.
We couldn't. We went looking for it. We couldn't find it. We saw it. It was a dilapidated like. It was just road. There was nothing. But it was like a.
There was a house like that in Ellisville. There was like a girl in a red dress.
But yeah, we never.
I had put my phone in front of me.
I went like this, and he looked down at it.
Sitting there watching. Is that right there? Takes a bunch. That's his name. I didn't even look at the picture. I'm gonna get in there, ain't nothing there. And I got home, I was like, I saw him. He just walked out. It was amazing because he's like, I'm like, okay. I'm not telling people, there's other people with me. And either they're not seeing it, I didn't tell anybody it was there. I just like, take a picture, you know.
I thought it was kissing his baby.
Well, maybe, yeah, but when like Bigfoots get together, does the guy one just pick a female and just do whatever, or do
They interbreed, yes.
But do any of them have like a relationship or not? Like
They pick a mate.
They
pick a mate.
Like they might be kissing. Like do they do something like that?
I don't have that experience to tell you. So.
You know, I wonder if anybody's ever said
Two
anything
of
about
them
that.
pumping one time.
What'd you say?
You haven't kissed for a God.
No. I tried
No, but I mean, are they just?
It was up at Keeney when the guy's farm was up there, and he lost his get bird. This guy,
Well, there's a lady here.
just took Stuart up there.
There's
He was sitting up there.
seven of them.
Stuart was blown away.
And
He wasn't there for 2 minutes.
What I found,
and we're
they're
watching
kicking
them.
out a kid about
From here to
every
the far
2-3
and,
years.
Stuart's like,
About 3 years, I would
right
say.
yeah,
I'm finding
and
they're
the guy got hold of me.
little one.
He said,
I'll hear the baby cry every 2-3 years, and then we'll cry for off and on for 6 months and then stop.
And there's something going on back there.
Now, when the twins were here, when they were babies,
stuff to people.
and that's been like 9 years ago,
Took
they were just born.
He was in the garage and came out of the car. Saw like
The one, my take on it is she only fed one at a time.
It was right there, but around us.
And when the one was feeding, the other one
They
was
hurt you. I know you.
crying. And I would literally hear a baby cry back in my woods.
But me and her go back there. I can go there anytime I want. I pull the driveway and I got run the place anytime I want.
That's why I said it's been about 3 years, and we've heard another baby start crying.
There's a guy,
And you
I've been
can't,
friendly with him for years, but he
you know what a
was
baby
about
sounds
119
like.
for
I mean, it's swollen.
He came down there.
It just
He's friends with
swollen.
this guy. He goes, oh, Jay, can you see friendly man? And that's fucking. He goes, I think filming creatures here, man. Yeah, man.
I think they're saying 14 months.
He goes, well, I don't understand. He said, get anything, let me know. Well, we went back there. I come back out of the office. I said, hey, we just got that thing. He goes, oh, jeez.
Nope.
Oh, my God. This guy's like 6'8". He's just big as shit.
You know, but
He goes, oh, my God.
I don't know where
I'm just standing back there.
but it looked like
I gotta get the picture. Gotta stand back there.
that they
What do I do?
like you
And
could
he's
see
like,
the head turning.
dude, he just,
Coming out behind that tree, kissing something.
that's like, all right. I bring a lot of guns. Whatever you want, man.
Yeah.
I gotta get it. I
I
gotta
wonder
see
if it
this,
wasn't
man.
the female.
I said, right back there. He goes, oh, not right now. I don't want to do it right now. He said, I'll get over it.
Like I could see a mother Bigfoot
I got so many
kissing her
pictures.
little one, but then it made me think like, you know, I wonder when they get a mate or whatever, are they romantic or are they human like that?
Well,
Or is they
why would the female smell like wild flowers?
Okay, there's one. Get down, get the camera.
If she's in the area, I smell wild
I don't know
flowers.
what you got taking my picture. I try to see
So why would she want to make
Show you what I
herself
get.
smell pretty?
some of my pictures. I know you can't see
Or
much.
her
Some of you can. So,
I don't want button smelling.
I try my best. I need a 900.
Well, the thing is cologne, they put pheromones in cologne. Okay? And any wild animal or any dog, someone, you ever notice you put a cologne on and the dog gets real aggressive towards you? Have you experienced that? You know, so you don't want to have any pheromones on when you're just sitting out here because they're judging you on what you're giving off. Your pheromones are coming out your nose. So when you enter the woods, they know your intent just from your pheromones. If you're hunting deer, those deer know from your pheromones being released. Okay, that's why if you're deer hunting, you see rabbits, squirrels, pheasant, you see everything but deer. Normal. Because the animals know what you're in there for. They know your intent because of the pheromones you're releasing. Now, when you add perfume, there is pheromones that you don't know what that's going to do, and it might cause an aggression. So that's why I say that.
Using different sounds like the Sierra sound or something other sounds in a different area. You don't know what the language is, so therefore whatever sound you put out, you don't know if it's going to make them aggressive or what.
items here. These musicians use responsive speakers, and it was heard 7 miles north of here. That's how loud I blasted. I had to talk going up and down the highway, walking through these flashlights because it sounded on Facebook. People were saying that there's a stone ford half a mile right over there, and devil worshippers used to get there, and they used to make a lot of crazy sounds, like they're emulating killing someone. And that's kind of what this sounds like. Because when I was sound blasting, that sound was bouncing off these hills, long distance wise, and the whole town of Lisbon heard this, and they were freaking out. They were literally. I didn't tell nobody what I was doing, and my son's gone like the chat on Facebook and said, "Oh, that's my dad's sound blasting. That ain't no devil worship." Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is a place where they actually cut out a chair in the rock formation, and it sits down into a pit, and they call that the devil's chair.
You never been out there, Barb?
No, I've read about it.
I thought everybody in Lisbon went out there at least once.
Yeah, they cut steps going up into that quarry out of stone. You walk up.
I didn't know that fourth place. I was too busy to get this. No, but I remember.
I bet you I got some pictures and them old pictures of Mom's. Who knows? I'm trying to do. Got some. I hope I come across that one of Mike in the lake pipes. I know I'm almost positive I got Carl and John up there in their little pipe outfit, you know. I'm pretty sure I got one of Mike's kids. Yeah, we only go with them.
Oh, that's a lot younger. What class were you? 89?
88.
88. Okay. I was 86. Debbie was 85. Yeah. And Scott's, what, 95? Yeah. We're quite a few years older than you.
Well, you don't look too bad at all for your 83. You're doing all right.
Who did you graduate? Who was that with?
You know, I was
What's going on in the Army?
Did you really?
Yeah, 77.
were you even old enough to get in? Some people got in before they were old enough. They wouldn't take me. They said I was too fat.
What?
They turned me down that year, because
What did you first go in?
less than I do now. I am not kidding you. They, I went to Cleveland like 3 times for ratings. Because my girlfriend was going there. Like, I shouldn't have been listening to her. We got calling now, I'm doing it. Why? Because I was going to go in and train guard dogs, and my dad said over my dead body, he goes, "You'll be cleaning up dog shit before you." He said, "Don't you go in for that." He goes, you know, my dad negotiated something. He's like, I was going to be a translator. But they wanted me to lose. I forget what I weighed. They wanted me to lose like 40 pounds. They wanted me down to like 110 or something. They were real strict that year. But the next following year, I knew 3 girls they took in that were triple my size. That's when they decided to send them. Okay, we'll take you in, but you're going to be on the fat farm program.
That's what it sounds
No.
like.
He meant what I was going to get, like, I had to go to school for 5 days a week while I was there for like 4 years to be a bilingualist translator.
Yep.
That would have.
Can you give me a stream off?
They probably do an acorn in there, maybe. Where's Corky at? No. I'm sorry. I was just giving that back to you. He didn't want to come and hang out with us little people. I wouldn't know. I had that was just in my pocket, and I was giving it back to you. Like I steal somebody's lighter on accident, like and then you realize what you did, and you find it, and it's like, oh, well, I'll give it back to you because I didn't mean to take it. That's all I was doing. I need to find a decent.
Sorry, Becky. Let's just be real quiet now. See if we can get him to do something.
Put them on the very top.
Okay, we've got the glow stick moving up on top of the hill.
has something up there.
Okay, what's going on right now is I have some containers up on the hill, and they have glow sticks tied to them and are full of peanuts. And we're watching the glow sticks being held and going vertical, horizontal, and they're moving the buckets.
always put a lamp on the phone leaning tree above the ballot.
Oh, that big leaning tree?
Mm-hmm. So that's. Yeah, it takes 7 feet off the ground.
Moving up now? One up, one up. Keep going up. That's it. Oh yeah, see that?
I think he's reaching into the bucket and taking peanuts. And when he pushes down to get those peanuts, you're seeing the voice of him. He just sitting on the bench.
Supposed to be shaking that tree.
The interview's been pretty good. It's been pretty. I haven't seen anything yet. They see it one time, they make it. Another hanging. Yeah. So it's going to be taken and walked out there. Oh, you did? Yes. Oh, okay. So last time I put a ball in the woods, it wasn't there the next morning. A week, 2 weeks later, they didn't know. They don't go to time period. if you walk in the middle of the yard, you have a better view of it.
I walked down that way.
You talking about the one on the left here?
No, the one.
You didn't see nothing, Barb? You see it move?
No, not from down there. I walked down that way.
Well, they didn't comment on the live stream. Alright, Dad. They discussed it.
Debbie sent me a message once and she couldn't hear you, but Scott said he was watching it.
I speak very loud. I'm sure she heard me.
I think Becky was watching for me too.
Now it's going up there. It's going up, dude. Yeah, it is.
Taking it out.
Yeah. Let's move that guy.
Definitely going up.
How's it going? I couldn't see it.
Wait till it sprouts legs and starts walking away.
You hear that? Hear that? Did you hear that? Like leaves crushing.
No, it was, I think a rock or something got caught.
I heard this up here. This is right here.
Oh, okay.
See that move up there? That was crazy. Then it blocked. It completely blocked it out from my view. Huh?
Do you like the peanuts? Birdie told me that's your favorite candy bar.
I like some guys who do have diet foods.
Just moving now, see it? Good. Right.
Right up baked it.
They're very crunchy.
They don't crunch the peanuts. They swallow the peanuts whole. Shell and all. They will not chew them. Now raccoon will, they'll crack open that nut and just eat the nut. But Sasquatch, with no shells, and they're open. Leave the container. Last time I put them down in buckets. One shell can be found. Yeah, one to the low and one to the further back.
You got it?
That's it.
No, I'm heading out too, I think. Good. Good. Thank you. That's good.
Chili too, boy, it's really good.
Do you like that chili? Those are neat.
What kind of beans did you put in that?
There you go. Huh?
Baby beans?
Bush beans. That'd be fine.
Vegetarian bush beans. But I made it, everything else just like normal chili. There was some chipotle powder too, so it was sweet and spicy.
Beans. I just wasn't sure what one was in there.
They might come up the hill here.
Yeah, bush baked beans. Instead of using kidney beans, I used bush beans. But the thing was, the meat is fresh from the farmer. We buy half the meat, so it's not stored. It's not stored ground burger.
Watch that front yard.
Yeah. Pay attention to the front yard when people leave. They'll come darting across.
Like they run across that front yard. That's how I saw one. Corky, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
We'll be talking to you, Corky.
All right. Thanks for coming, Steve.
Everybody be safe.
Phil,
See you next time, guys. See you.
Tommy?
See you
Talking to you
again.
guys again, man. Oh, most definitely, Mike.
you be good.
Come down to me.
Yeah.
Bill?
No.
We'll see you, Phil.
Yeah. Football balloon.
Yeah, glad you made it.
Nice meeting you again.
Stewart couldn't have made it.
Tim, maybe we'll get to meet again.
Yep. We'll get a hold of you.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, and I think we should go.
Good meeting you
We'll
too.
have a good time.
What's your name again?
Tim.
Good meeting you again.
She's brains the hunter operator.
Yes, she is.
Hang on. You see that?
Hey, Phil, don't forget your sticks out here still.
I know it's
Okay.
Everybody take what they brought. Don't leave it for me. If you don't want the marshmallows to throw them in the yard, raccoons will devour them.
But one night we were here, and we used to work music. We used to work with her. We sang by shout. We heard words. Couldn't understand.
Here?
Yeah. You remember this? And we're like, it's close. It's close. There's nobody around. What is it? I'm going to tell you. There's words. We know we can do this. And it was actually people. Remember them people that like there's people over there that are never over there?
Right.
It was actually real people. And nobody's ever around on a normal basis.
So was human talking?
Yeah, don't you think it's two people? And they got me because we saw them get in their cars.
Okay.
Nice to hear.
Where do you live at?
About 2 miles north of town. My son says,
Born and raised.
did you hear that? I'm like, yeah. My other son says, what was it? He said, because we had seen eye shine, so Scott and I knew what it was, but we were just being real quiet. Then we heard, whoop, whoop.
What do you guys call? You guys call it
Bigfoot or Jurassic?
That was a good question.
But I thought Ohio was the biggest one.
Heard that.
That's because the headlights were.
It just moved. Did you guys hear that? One take off? Yeah, that startled him. So that headlights turned on.
As long as they don't come charging down the hill like they did that last time. That was interesting.
If they do, if they're really welcome to come sit by the fire.
Yeah, but they might come running down the hill. I think even Steve was up out of his chair that night.
We all jumped over a chair.
Yeah, and white Kathy was way down there. I mean, she was left on the run back up there because it way and
When did they leave?
long time ago.
So,
They left before when you was first starting there.
interview.
That could be Verizon.
Or you didn't hear it?
Which cat?
Little Kathy.
Dark hair?
Oh, they left us
Sorry.
up there.
The skinny one?
I always did recognize her as her friend. She always takes her hair.
Mm-hmm. Going through the door.
The other cat was the second one.
Yeah.
I mean, her very much.
She absolutely does.
Yeah, I was talking.
Braveheart. Braveheart, the guy off auto glasses. Braveheart.
I can't see very well, Mama. I have these apples for you. And he had the picture with it right behind him. It was right here. And I saw it. And the captain saw it. I saw it separately. So that's thing where I came and talking to him. We all had our own birds. He couldn't have went in the woods. He couldn't have went on that path. We went back there. And that's the thing that we got to be in back. So we pieced together the story. He did it that time. But we tried what we said.
Well, the captain's brought the speakers out. Any idea where they put them? On the table. you doing, darling? Or good morning, sunshine.
Scott was in kindergarten, and I was one bus, and
Doesn't Herman still run?
yeah, he's probably dead Jersey.
He was one of them ones that never would. He was
Like
the
a
driver. Yeah, he was like everybody's bus driver.
He was old when I was little.
Yeah.
Well, I took Scott on the bus to go to kindergarten. So he walked up to the it was him. He said, "Can I have your son?" And I went, "Yeah." He said, "Is that bus?" Well, my front yard, back the bus up and over the building. The bus is sitting like this. This kindergarten kid going, and he used the phone. I'm like, are the kids are still on the bus? Yeah. So he used the phone. I went out, he took all the kids off the bus, put them in my station wagon, and I finished the bus route. And I don't know if they're going to know Herman. God, she came after Herman. They called her to throw him out. She was just
Oh, what the?
Alberta.
Oh yes, Alberta.
Yes.
That big blonde woman.
They called Alberta to tow him out.
I think that
you
was-
had Dumb and Dumber
That was his sister.
trying to pull the bus out. And I'm like, you left all the kids on the bus with the bus sitting like over a hill like this.
But well, I didn't mind Herman. I mean, yeah, he was being like, "Sit down, shut up, the bus is going this way." He sounded happy. I just have to be good kids. I was always so good. Everybody's gonna know because it's in the bus and it's off and not left, you know, like it's little CD.
I think the kids all started out with Judd. And then they went to Alberta.
Yeah, I remember when like I didn't have Alberta. She went out past the Bears field and when I had to go to my friend's house and ride that little bus there, I got right to Alberta.
Well, you knew Debbie was school, so you can put this on next time so my kids are going to pick on the bus. Alberta had us sitting in the front seat out an hour long.
But I had a couple other nice ones. I had a woman. I had a guy, Tom. He worked for a long time, and then so did. She got the route. She was a lot. She was young.
I know Joy was driving. She was driving. Because where I live, it was down in Gifford.
It's funny how you can remember certain memories and certain things, but then other things are just a complete blank when it comes to the past, you know?
Well, all I remember was telling all these kids in my station wagon and finishing off the bus.
Could you imagine that nowadays? People would.
Well, I'm going to get in this half novel up to 164. So now the bus got stuck down there, and I offered to take the kids up to the top of the road because kids don't have boots anymore. They're not allowed to do that. They made those kids on that bus walk a half mile, and it was deep snow that day. I'm like, that is just.
You late?
What's that?
Yeah, I was wondering if you needed a light.
No, I don't smoke.
No, I mean,
Oh.
flashlight.
Oh,
Like
thanks.
one day the bus went down there got stuck. And it was taking
You strip hauling stuff back down to the house.
I'm just sitting there looking out the window. I called the township. I said, "You get there, these trucks down here real quick." He said, "No, I got the school boys. You got to take Phil stuff too." He said, "Oh,
Yeah, he's still having trouble getting that out of there.
send him up right
Who?
out."
Really?
That's-
Steve?
I think he's close. I mean, it was tight.
They still haven't left yet, or is this stuck? You too, Phil. Take it easy. Hope those socks work for you. As I keep telling Scott, you could wear weight socks. You don't want to lose it. Take care. See you, bye. Oh, jeez.
Man, Corky, I don't hate to leave you with a mess. Corky, you want some of this cake?
Leave me a couple pieces.
Can I take a couple pieces of pizza?
Yeah, take it all. I can't eat what's
Well,
left.
I told Scott I'd bring him some.
Yeah.
Not that I'm stopping at his house on that.
Give him the rest of it.
Where you want to hold down there?
Huh?
Where you want to hold down? You can bring the water container, the pizza pan.
Okay. Got that. I'll give him his cake. Jeez.
Did you sleep? Guess what? We got activities here.
Thanks. Corky wants cake. I'm like, oh, my fingers all through it. I just cut him out a couple of big gobs and.
Off the one rig. It was bouncing every which way but loose.
I need dispatching.
And Jay Phelps said,
Okay, then he can
thermal
take care
water,
of that.
and there was two of them up there.
I wish I knew how to help him.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether I was going to put all the chips together, but I don't know if people were taking them or, you know.
No, I would just put them all together.
Okay.
Is this your bag? This has hot dog buns and marshmallows.
No, that's not. She only brought the chocolate marshmallows.
I'm going to try one of these just like this. I have a bag at home. I don't want to open them. I live there by myself. I'll never eat them all. And they're already hard as a rock. Oh, these are going to be good. I'm trying the chocolate marshmallows. Huh?
Some aluminum foil you can wrap it up with.
I like this stuff. Okay.
Be careful, those wires behind you.
Okay, these are not meant to eat cold.
What are you eating?
I'm eating. Were your marshmallows with chocolate in it? Yeah, you gotta melt them.
Yeah, they
The
gotta
chocolate's
melt.
probably hard.
Mm-hmm.
We have a big bag for chips.
Have a what?
I was trying to get all the chips together. I was going to put them in one big bag. More chips. I got a ton of chips.
These are open. What is this?
Cheese puffs. How many times you want me to tell you?
I couldn't hear you.
Alright, so we're in the live stream.
What's that?
Gonna end the live stream.
Did you have more watchers?